of Delhi trying to push through the barricaded areas. The cops were being patient with them, telling them that they cannot bring the vehicles, their own private vehicles, into this area anywhere around the Bharat Mandapam. Entry for the media is only via buses. So we just urge everyone to cooperate. It's a matter of 24 to 36 hours. Let's try and bring the spirit of cooperation and consensus. That's what is being expected even at the G20. And let us, as Delhi, as residents here, cooperate to the full and try and follow the instructions, because all efforts are being made to facilitate movement for everybody. It's the weekend. Unless absolutely necessary, we don't need to really get out, and if we do need to get out, we can use public transport and also the alternate routes, and let's try and make this movement as smooth as possible and the experience as memorable as possible for all our visiting delegates. That spirit of Atithi Devo Bhava is something that is we should all put out. Meanwhile, we should have Paul Fletcher, the Shadow Minister for Arts, Science and also Digital Economy in Australia. He's a member from Bradfield. He should be joining us live any moment now. Quickly before that, Arun Danta, whereabouts are you?
Well, Anand, as G20 kicks in short while from now and New Delhi area is turned into fortress, I am outside that zone. I am at a place which is the most sought after, not only by the people who visit Delhi throughout the year, but of course the G20 delegates who are here in the country. Right behind me is the Akshardham temple, and you know, Anand, that the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has already desired to visit this temple, Akshardham temple, and in fact as we speak about the security arrangement, this area that is also massive. We know that entire New Delhi area is completely blocked. Only those people who have requisite passes to move around, they are allowed to go, and the local residents who are residing in that area, they need to show their documents, then only they'll be getting the access to that area. Right now I'm standing on that path which is heading towards the ITO, Vikas Marg, which is completely blocked. The Gita Colony Road is completely blocked. But other than that, if you go outside the New Delhi area, you will not face any problem. Metro is commuting and bus services are also there. Government has ensured that people who are heading towards the railway station, they do not find any difficulty. People who are heading towards the airport, they don't find any difficulty. So government on their part has made all the necessary arrangements. A, that the delegates do not face any difficulty, and second, the commuters, the residents of Delhi are also not at a difficulty. So all these arrangements are made keeping all these things in mind. Back to you.
Well, Arun, Anshul and the entire team of CNN News 18 are going to get you coverage right through the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a team that I'm very, very proud of to be a part of, and that we've put in our heart into this, just like we can see a lot of heart and soul and effort that's gone in to project India in its true form. So there is a mix of culture, civilizational ethos, and along with that, technology. We are a high-tech nation with our roots in our civilizational ethos and our culture, and that message stands out all around. The LED displays which were there at the entrance showcasing our culture, the symbols of the lotus, the wheel, and also all those representations right from the time of the Harappa and Mohenjo-daro civilizations, our own scriptures, the representations of our Adikavyas, the iconic imagery, symbols which have a huge amount of not just spiritualism but also science steeped in it. This entire beautiful structure itself, if I can show you, we've got to take a short break, but have a look at this. This has been designed like a conch. It's got plenty of cultural ethos to it. Right in front of that plenary hall that you see, it's lit. It's beautifully done right in the evening. We'll show you those pictures here on the coverage. But this morning, this is a beacon for us. This perhaps heralds and it's designed like a conch, so it's the Shankhanad, I must say, of the rise of Bharat, that Bharat has arrived not just at the table. For so long we were on the table, we were seen as a problem nation at the WTO, but now we are seen as the solution, a nation with solutions, a nation that can be trusted, and a nation that deserves the seat at the table amongst the best in the business, because we represent those who have the potential to be the best tomorrow, who will contribute to 2/3 2/3 of the world's GDP tomorrow, and India is the voice of those nations. Stay with us on our continuous coverage. See you after the break.
All right, we're getting live pictures of the Prime Minister arriving at this venue, the Bharat Mandapam, just outside Exhibition Hall 14, where he will be hosting the 20 most powerful men and women on the planet, the leaders of the G20 grouping of countries. We can see the Prime Minister's limousine just stretch in to the Bharat Mandapam venue. And of course, he will be standing there at the entrance of hall number 14 and welcoming each of the guests personally and asking them to come in and join him. You can see the Prime Minister there. He's of course flanked by the other delegates from the Indian team. Of course, he is interacting with them, checking on last-minute preparations and last-minute details that need to be sorted out. So clearly, the Prime Minister there will be now taking his position outside this Exhibition Hall 14 at the Bharat Mandapam, from where he will be greeting all the dignitaries who will be coming. We know that the leaders of the United States, the UK, are already here. The German Chancellor has just arrived. The French President will be arriving later this afternoon. So clearly, all countries are being represented. All 19 countries plus the European Union are being represented. Maybe not all of them at the head of state or head of government level. For example, Russia is being represented by its foreign minister. The Chinese are being represented by Li Qiang, who is the premier, not the president of China. So, but the important thing is that all members, all member states of the G20 and international organizations that are part of the G20, like the EU and other institutions, are all being represented by their leaders. So the Prime Minister's car, as you saw moments ago, just driving in to this Bharat Mandapam, the venue. Like I said, the Prime Minister will be personally and individually greeting each of the leaders. They will then proceed to the main hall. At about 10 o'clock is when the first session that will begin, which is One Earth. The Prime Minister, of course, being the host this year, will be making the opening comments. We're given to understand that's going to be closer to 10:30. And then each of the leaders of these various 20 countries will give their opening statements. That part is open to the media. And after that, the doors will be shut and there will be deliberations on the theme of One Earth. That's where the bulk of the deliberations will be going on. Let me go across to my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who's also joining us from this International Media Centre just inside the Bharat Mandapam complex. So Anand, the Prime Minister and his cavalcade just pulling in. How important and how significant is it that he is personally greeting each of the visiting leaders and ushering them in to the main exhibition hall?
Well, that itself shows our commitment to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and this is all one family. And of course, the civilizational, cultural practice where you treat your Atithi as a Deva or a Devata, as nothing short of God. So Atithi Devo Bhava. And that's why the host, that is India, and the Prime Minister, who's a Pradhan Sevak, representing a nation of 1.4 billion people and welcoming the leadership delegation. I'm on the upper deck, so that's Hall 14. Right below that, at the 10th, that's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be. In fact, just a stone's throw away from us here, from this height, is where his car, his cavalcade has actually parked itself. You have the SPG and all of that at the ready down below here. But that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi inside, along with Subramaniam Jaishankar. You will also have Minister Piyush Goyal present there. So these are the people who are going to be helming, along with the Chief Coordinator and also Sherpa Amitabh Kant. So Chief Coordinator Harshvardhan Shringla and Sherpa Amitabh Kant. This will be the core who will be leading it, along with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Some of the important conversations. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman did have in-depth engagements with her counterparts last evening, even as the bilaterals were going on at the PMO, that is 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Praveen Jugnauth, and after that with Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh, and thereafter with President Joe Biden. I think the most significant, Chaka, like we said, and we are seeing it all around, is hospitality, comfort, care. This aspect of we care for you, you matter to us, and we will all collectively work together This ethos is there at every nook and corner of the Bharat Mandapam and the G20 arrangements to facilitate the movement of all the leaders. There is inconvenience to us as hosts, as locals, as residents of Delhi, but we are willing to bear that inconvenience so that you have a pleasurable experience because you are our guests. I think that is the overall sentiment and ethos that we are seeing communicated across the board. And the Prime Minister is leading from the front. He's been in the thick of all the arrangements and more importantly, standing right there to ensure that each and every dignitary as they start arriving is welcomed. And he's there on time. 9:30 onwards is when the session is supposed to begin and all the guests should start arriving now. And he's there right on time. And if he's on time, that means everybody else has to be on time within the entire apparatus, Zaka. So that's something which he's been leading from the front for nearly a decade, and we've seen him at close quarters function like this. You can actually wind your clock based on his arrival.
Yeah, certainly he's on time. 9:15 is when we're told the first sets of guests will arrive, and like I said, the Prime Minister is at the south entrance where he will be welcoming each of these guests. Certainly the leaders, either at the head of state or at the head of government level. My colleague Siddhant is also there here at the International Media Centre. Arunima is joining us from a vantage point in Lutyens, Delhi, from where all of these leaders will be leaving from their respective hotels. Pallavi Ghosh is also there here at the International Media Centre. Siddhant, first things first. So coming into today, the important day, day one of this G20 summit, what can we expect? What is the schedule for today? There are 3 sessions that I'm given to understand. First is the morning session where they will discuss One Earth, and then in the afternoon there is the One Family session, and then in the evening they have the cultural extravaganza and the dinner that's going to be hosted by the Rashtrapati. So walk us through what is expected through the day today.
Ground floor of International Media Center, and behind me you can see journalists are perhaps getting ready for the first session, to cover the first session. So first I would like to explain it for our viewers that how these multilateral events are covered. So look at these screens. So these screens are going to broadcast the arrival of the leaders, the greeting exchange between Prime Minister Modi and other leaders, and at the same time post that when this session will begin. So the first session, Zaka, is going to be the open session. Open session means that Prime Minister's remark will be broadcasted by the state broadcaster. Now the second session is the closed door session. So One Earth session is an open session. One Family session is a closed door session. The other leaders' remark and statements will be broadcasted by late night by their state broadcasters. So that is how the protocol is for G20. Now this is quite different from what has been what was followed in BRICS. So in BRICS, there is an open session in which a state broadcaster of the host country broadcast the remark of all the leaders. So there is it depends on multilateral event to multilateral event. But when it comes to G20, this protocol is followed. Now, Zaka, we were talking about the consensus building. Now, it all depends on Prime Minister's charisma and his might and perhaps his personal equation with the word leaders. In fact, Anand was also talking about Jake Sullivan's statement where he said that there could be a situation of compromise. So, but having said that, Zaka, the kind of statements coming from the senior officials, the NSL ranking officials from the European countries, talking about Ukraine and what Russia has been mentioning from day one, that West wants this G20 presidency to be Ukrainized. That was the word which was used by Russia. Also, this we were talking about the Sherpa track.
Right.
Now, talking about the finance track, Zaka, you are well aware that there are 2 objections which have been raised by China and Russia. So that is something where consensus needs to be built. So, it's going to be, when we say that India is walking a tightrope, then perhaps next 24 hours are very crucial to decide the fate of India's presidency, because Zaka, going by the standards, the success of any multilateral event is considered when joint declaration comes out. But irrespective of that, Zaka, the kind of development-driven, growth-oriented and human-centric growth-oriented model agenda that India has put forth is remarkable and perhaps would help in the development of the countries from the global south.
All right, Pallavi and Abhishek are also joining us from the International Media Center here, but I want to go across to Arunima, who's joining us from a vantage point in central Delhi, where from all of these leaders, the visiting leaders, whether it's of the UK, of Germany, of other visiting countries, part of the G20, are all going to be leaving in the next few minutes from their respective hotels. So Arunima, just walk us through what you're seeing around you. What is the security protocol that's been put in place? I believe, they've swooped down on the entire Lutyens zone, as it were, and there is no passage of any other private vehicles for at least the next 45 minutes or so.
Yes, 9 o'clock is when the first set of carcades have begun moving as per the details that have been made available. There are carcades moving in from Gurgaon. There are carcades moving in from the Aero City. There are also carcades moving in from Saket in South Delhi. So these are further away from Bharat Mandapam. But in central Delhi area, you can see multiple layers of barricades being put up. This is the road that takes you towards India Gate. The hotels around this area, the Claridge's, which hosts France, the Lodi Hotel, which hosts Oman. The Russian delegation is at the Oberoi, which is also near this area. And the few vehicles and the few riders who are being allowed, their iCards are being checked. These are people mostly who are doctors. At least 3 doctors were allowed. They were working at Ram Manohar Lohia. And there is a support team vehicle right behind us, if PK Das could show you. So doctors and support team vehicles are the only ones who are being allowed. Other than that, you see multiple vehicles being stopped, riders being stopped, their iCards being checked. They're all being frisked as to why they're on this route, and only this particular route, after frisking, after checking of the iCards, is being allowed. Every other route has been sanitized leading up to the India Gate area, leading up to Bharat Mandapam, and this will continue till about 10:30, and then there could be some break, and then again 4 o'clock onwards, when the return, some delegates want to go back and then come back for presidential dinner in the evening. So there has been a proper schedule worked out. Specifically trained drivers have been also told which hospital to go to if any of the delegation members or the heads of the state need, there's a medical emergency. There are also lanes and by-lanes that have been marked in case there is an exigency, what route the driver should take. And these are specifically trained drivers, about 450 of them, who have earlier worked with the SPG or the NSG. So the Delhi police has completed its bandobast, and it is ensuring that towards Bharat Mandapam, where our delegates are going, where our heads of states are going, there is no difficulty that they face there. Even if Delhiites are being told to cooperate, there is some restrictive movement for Delhiites there.
Okay, I also want to go across to Pallavi Ghosh and Abhishek Jha. Pallavi, you cover the finance ministry. Even at the first meeting that happened, the first big meeting of the G20, which was the finance ministers' meeting in Bengaluru, a consensus was elusive, and that was followed by the foreign ministers' meeting again, where they couldn't find a common language to come out with a joint communique. When you speak to members in the finance ministry and others in government, how hopeful are they of getting this joint communique? And B, even if that weren't to come to pass, things like digital public infrastructure, the UPI payment architecture, all of these are things that India has given huge emphasis on. A whole bunch of countries have already shared this with India on a bilateral basis. How hopeful are officials that even if there isn't a common text or a joint declaration or a joint communique, some of these other outcomes, whether it comes to digital public infrastructure, financial infrastructure, etc., economic fugitives who are running away from crimes that they've done, all of these agreements, how significant are officials seeing those as? All right, Pallavi, we'll try and come back to you in just a second. We'll try and patch her audio in just a second. But Abhishek is there. Abhishek, you cover the External Affairs Ministry. I'm sure the diplomats there, the members of the MEA, the Sherpas team, they're all sort of burning the midnight oil, even as the leaders arrive here. And we've seen visuals of Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade and him arriving into this main exhibition hall at the Bharat Mandapam. What are the other officials doing at this point of time? And just walk our viewers through what a race against time this is to try and, try to come to a consensus on the language of the text that can be used, which is acceptable to all parties, particularly to Russia and to China.
Of course, Zaka, this is a mega gathering where the world leaders have come to discuss about the global issues of importance, the issues ranging from finances, debt restructuring, climate financing, climate change, issues of geopolitics. But then there are certain aspects, as you have mentioned rightly, that remains bone of contention. At least there are three regions to say where the consensus is still not emerged. One is, of course, geopolitical situation that would require Russia-Ukraine conflict to be mentioned, and there is a sense that if the Western grouping wants to have Russia condemned, they can put in their perspective, and the Russians can also put in their perspective, and probably that would emerge as a statement in the geopolitical segment. But that is still not finalized. This is just being talked about whether this could be a possibility. The second bone of contention has been the debt restructuring, especially China, which has given a massive amount of loan to smaller countries, and now these countries are not in a position to repay China back, and that is creating a lot of economic crisis, political turmoil, and also some strategic leverage that China can use for its own benefit while disturbing the overall global rules-based order. This is what the world has been thinking, and they want this debt restructuring agenda to be mentioned where China has clearly in a position. Then there is another aspect of climate change and climate financing, where the Gulf countries are not very keen because it will require a lot of phasing out of coal-based power plants, fossil fuel reduction of dependency on the fossil fuels, and how the world's other countries who are pretty much dependent on these fossil fuel for their own economic purposes, they will deal with it. Just now, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres was in Delhi, and he was giving a press conference and said that world is needing about $4 trillion per year if it wants an energy transition at a rapid speed that can curb the overall global warming scenario, and if we want to save our climate. So for that, climate financing, sharing of technology, these are the issues that the world leaders are trying to negotiate with and come to a consensus. We'll have to see. There are still 24 hours at least by the time this whole event will be wrapping up, and the leaders will be having final phase of negotiations. Will there be a joint communique? That remains a challenge, because in the last 20 years, despite several geopolitical tensions, there has not been a scenario where the joint communique of G20 did not come out. Even during Bali summit, there was possibility, there was a lot of rumor that the joint communique is not being arrived upon because of the differences in West and Russia. But finally, it did happen. So how challenging it is for Indian presidency is quite palpable here because of the round-the-clock negotiation that is going on. But at the end of the day, will India be coming out with a joint communique? That remains to be seen.
All right. Even in Bali, India played a role as a bridge, as some kind of a helper to Indonesia to try and ferret out a draft that is acceptable to both Russia and China. Of course, that was in the first 6 months or so of the war. The war began in February, Bali was in November. So it was within the first year of the war. Now it's been a year and a half. So how much harder would it be to ferret out a joint communique, the language that is acceptable to all? But let me also go across to Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague, because the first time, all right, we're just getting the first pictures. I believe we have live pictures from the airport. All right, I'm not sure which leader has arrived. I'm going to try and ask my PCR to cue me once. All right, the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, has just arrived at the Palam Technical Area, the airport where all the leaders are arriving. Remember, MBS's visit is very significant because he's here not just for the G20, he will stay on in Delhi on the 11th, the day after the G20, when he will be accorded a state visit. And that, of course, for anyone who's been following diplomacy knows that that's the highest form of diplomatic visit that any country offers. In fact, Prime Minister Modi was offered the state visit back in June in the United States. So India is offering a state visit to the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. You can see the pictures of him arriving at the airport and that small dance performance that is greeting the Saudi delegation. He is gone straight into his car, and the car will now drive. I'm not sure whether he will go to the hotel and then come to the venue here, the Bharat Mandapam, or whether he will come straight to the Bharat Mandapam. Of course, it's also important to remember that there is some speculation that he might even go to Pakistan on his route back from India back to Saudi Arabia, because there is some conversations between the Saudi establishment and the Pakistani military, which he wants to wrap up at the highest level. But these are the pictures of Mohammed bin Salman as he arrives at the Palam Technical Area, the airport. Let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague, and I was asking you about, even if a joint communique were not to come, how hopeful are Finance Ministry officials about some of the outcomes, whether it comes to digital financial architecture, whether it comes to regulating cryptocurrencies? India is a big advocate of having some kind of a global regulation of cryptocurrencies, and even this economic fugitives who have run away from their respective home countries where they're accused of financial misdemeanors. How hopeful are Finance Ministry officials that some of these outcomes might mitigate or compensate for the lack of a joint communique?
Very gung-ho and very, very enthusiastic. And in fact, Zaka, they are quite happy about the fact that much of the demands which they wanted it to be put on the agenda, they have managed to put on the agenda. But before I just go across to those couple of points, first quick nugget of information as far as the Saudi Arabia delegation is concerned. They've actually been a little troubling ones as far as getting a common agenda or joint declaration is concerned. See, India, and especially because the Prime Minister is very close to his heart, he wanted a just climate resolution, just as in being fair. But because of the Saudi pressure and because India wants to reach out and it believes that the larger good is more important and let's not have needless egos about it, the word climate was dropped and just resolution was adopted. And the reason behind it is because the entire purpose behind it is giving a huge push to biofuel. In fact, at 5 p.m. today, it's almost official now, there's going to be a global biofuel alliance, again something which is very close both to the finance ministry as well as to the prime minister. This is for a better eco-green world, and second is to kind of cater to the hungry energy needs of the world, and therefore an alternative has been found. Saudi Arabia, China, Russia did have concerns about this because much of the economy depends on fossil fuel. That's also one of the reasons why the word climate was dropped, so as to placate Saudi Arabia. So that's the length which Indian government is ready to go. You're talking to me about, asking me about the finance ministry expectations. They're very happy with two main things. One, of course, finally cryptocurrency has been put and accepted on the agenda. Why is it important? Because India does have reservations about cryptocurrency. If you remember, at the B20 summit, the Prime Minister had said it's inevitable. It's a dark world, but we all need to regulate and monitor it. As of now, India has put a 33% tax on it. It cannot be seen as a legal tender. It cannot be seen as a banking note. So India thinks that there should be a regulation on it. And it's not something only in isolation. Because it belongs to the wide world of the net, therefore there has to be a coordination and a joint regulatory mechanism. That has been put on the agenda, and they are very hopeful that in that joint declaration, this is one point which may come across. Second is, of course, economic offenders. We know it also becomes a political issue back home over here in India. And just to give you, by way of sources, a quote which came in from Finance Ministry is that sometimes they are not even given access to the list of economic offenders who may be having Swiss bank accounts. We only come to know about it in case there is a kind of a legal case which comes up. And in fact, if there is more cooperation as far as the economic offenders are concerned, if there's a structured mechanism, it becomes easier for us, one, to tap those offenders, and second, to ensure that we can bring them back to a country, we get that hard-earned money back. This is also which has been put on the agenda. So I think it's a happy situation for India, because much of what they wanted on the agenda is actually going to be discussed through the day today: cryptocurrency, economic offenders, and of course biofuel global alliance.
All right, let me also go across to my colleague Arun Thanta, who's joining us live from Akshardham Temple in central Delhi. So remember, the spouses and wives of these leaders, they have a separate agenda for themselves. So some of them will be taken to the National Gallery of Modern Art. Some of them, we're given to understand, will be taken for shopping in some of the central markets in Delhi. So walk us through, what the agenda is for the people who are not here at Bharat Mandapam, Arun, and also importantly, how is Delhi and how are Delhiites sort of dealing with this? Some people are even calling this almost like a lockdown.
Well, that's right, Zaka. People are indeed calling it lockdown, but specifically talking about New Delhi area that has been turned into fortress. And right behind me, of course, is the Akshardham temple, and it is shut down, Zaka, for 2 days. There is no public movement in this area. We are given to understand, in fact, we've spoken to few people here in Akshardham temple. They are saying that the communication has come to them that foreign delegates might visit here, and therefore they have taken this measure to actually close down the temple, and they have done all the preparations which is needed for these delegates to arrive here. And in fact, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has already desired to visit this temple, and we know that till about tomorrow afternoon, once the G20 meeting is over, then perhaps we are told that he might visit to this temple, Akshardham temple, and before this pauses, as far as the temple authorities are concerned, they don't have specific information who all are coming here, but they are saying that they are told that delegates might come here, and therefore accordingly you'll have to make the preparation. Security, of course, is very tight in this area, because I am standing on the flyover right in front of the Akshardham temple, and beyond this I have a way towards ITO, which is blocked, and on the other side you have a way to move forward through Gita Colony. So government has ensured that people who want to go towards railway stations, they don't find any inconvenience, and people, of course, on the other side who are going towards the airport side, they also.
All right, Arun, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, because we are now seeing the first cavalcade just pull in of one of the visiting dignitaries, part of the G20. We're not sure if it's in alphabetical order or if it is the people who are farthest out. Remember, some delegations are staying even in South Delhi, so they will have to be brought in first. So as we see this top-angle shot of the cavalcade pulling in, we'll try and get a confirmation of which is the first delegation that is arriving here at the Bharat Mandapam. But the Prime Minister is there just outside the exhibition hall number 14. He will be receiving each one of them, certainly the heads of the 19 countries plus the European Union. He will be personally present there to receive each one of them. As I try and get a sense of who this person is, the first delegate to arrive, the first world leader to arrive for the G20, the heads of Germany, France, the foreign minister of Russia, the premier of China, the president of the United States, all right. As we see, I think this is one of the leaders from the Southeast Asian countries who is making his way into the Bharat Mandapam venue. It is a mega event. Just the arrivals alone will go on from 9:15 to about 10 o'clock. And then post 10 a.m., they will go into the main hall, the main exhibition hall, where there will be the first session, which is One Earth. Let me also try and see if I can go across to my colleagues who are all joining me on this broadcast. Siddhant, Abhishek, Pallavi, Anand, my colleague, is also there at the upper deck. Anand, if you have a better vantage from where you are, just walk us through these pictures as we see one limousine after another pulling up in front of the entrance at the Bharat Mandapam, the main exhibition hall. All right, Siddhant and Abhishek are also joining us. So just to give you a sense of where we are bang opposite where the Bharat Mandapam is. In fact, I can see it just right behind my shoulder. You can see some of the cavalcades. The protocol vehicles are parked here, but the cavalcade itself is arriving on the other side, and that's where the Prime Minister will be receiving each one of them, at least the main heads of government and heads of state. Abhishek, is there any particular order in which these leaders are going to be coming? Sometimes it could be alphabetical, sometimes it could just be geographic. Which are the delegations that are staying farthest away, they have to be welcomed in first, and then the nearest ones come in last.
So, of course, Jagat, there has been normally this alphabetical order that has been followed, but we know that this time around, apart from the 19 leader plus EU countries, there are 9 invitees also. Then there are multiple multilateral institutions. Their heads will also be joining them for the first session, especially when all of them would like to speak on the issue of global concerns, climate change, financing, energy transition, technological, sharing. And India has been pushing for, 2-3 agendas that has been core to India India's presidency. That has been one of them has been startup, other has been disaster resilience, and also women-centric development, like equitable social justice and space for women in all sort of economic and social dimension. This is where India has been trying to push, and this is what India has taken as a presidency for. Now we could see several dignitaries who are arriving in the Bharat Mandapam, where Prime Minister Modi has already arrived. He's welcoming all of these leaders, and after the first session, Prime Minister is also going to have some bilateral that is scheduled for the evening. Prime Minister is going to have a bilateral with UK President Rishi Sunak and also with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida in the afternoon session. In the evening around 5 p.m.
All right, just give me a moment, Abhishek. You can see the Prime Minister there standing in front of what is a recreation of the Sun Temple at Konark, the giant wheel there. He's, of course, shaking hands with each of these visiting dignitaries, standing in front of the replica of the Sun Temple, and you've got the G20 logo and the slogan of One Earth, One Family, One Future etched on it. So it's symbolic as well that the Prime Minister has chosen to stand in front of a replica of the Sun Temple in Konark in Odisha, and it has that wheel, the Wheel of Fortune, which is the... All right, the IMF director has just walked in. That is Christina Georgina. She, of course, won a lot of fans for that little dance that she did, the Sambalpuri dance to the Sambalpuri beats that she did when she arrived at the airport. So Christina Georgina just walking up down the red carpet, and she will be welcomed by the Prime Minister at the end of that red carpet. The Konark Wheel, of course, is where everyone is being greeted, all these visiting heads of government and heads of state. Of course, it is a 13th century monument. It was unveiled in the reign of King Narasimha. The wheel, in fact, has 24 spokes. It is also adapted into the national flag, which has the Ashok Chakra again with 24 spokes to that wheel. It is, of course, symbolic of India's ancient wisdom, its advanced civilization, also the architectural marvel that the Konark wheel symbolizes. It symbolizes time, Kala Chakra, progress, as well as continuous change. There the Prime Minister greeting the IMF director. All right, we're also getting more and... All right, UN General Secretary General Antonio Guterres has also just walked in. So these are people who are representing the international institutions, the UN, the IMF. There'll, of course, be the European Union represented by Ursula von der Leyen. As you can see, Antonio Guterres now walking in, and he will be greeted by the Prime Minister, like I said, at the Sun Temple insignia, the Konark Wheel of Fortune insignia that is there at the gates of the Bharat Mandapam, the main exhibition hall. Of course, the UN, this is a critical time for multilateral institutions like the UN and the IMF, etc., particularly for the UN, because multilateralism, as we know it itself, is under stress. It's under a great deal of pressure because of the Russia-Ukraine war, because of climate financing, because of debt restructuring, all of these issues. All right, Ajay Banga, World Bank President, is also arriving. You can see the Prime Minister greeting now Antonio Guterres at the Wheel of Fortune, at the Konark Sun Temple wheel that's been put there as an insignia. Ajay Banga, of course, of Indian origin, used to be the CEO of MasterCard for a number of years, and now was elected as the World Bank President a few months ago. Of course, he has spoken about this particular trip as a homecoming for him, to be representing the biggest bank in the world, the World Bank, and the Prime Minister there greeting him, a very warm handshake, a tap on his arms as well, and the Prime Minister greeting Ajay Banga. So the institutional heads are the ones who are coming in now, the IMF chief, the World Bank chief, the UN Secretary General, and slowly we will then progress into, I think there are about 6 institutions who are part of the G20. There are also 6 invitee nations, including the likes of Bangladesh, who will be represented by the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. And then, of course, there are the 19 countries and the European Union who are part of the G20. So all of them. The WHO chief, Dr. Tedros, a good friend of the Prime Minister's, has also just walked in. Remember, he was there in Ahmedabad just a few weeks ago. There was a high-level conference that was happening there. The Prime Minister had also tweeted about it. And Dr. Tedros has been a big fan of India and how India managed to sort of, he is also seen with a walking stick. We're given to understand that he's had a bit of a personal injury. He will be making that long walk on the red carpet all the way inside the exhibition hall, where he will be received by the Prime Minister. Like I said, Dr. Tedros had a good time a few weeks back in Ahmedabad at this World Health Conference, and the Prime Minister had tweeted about it as well. Remember, he had extended his entire support and the support of the WHO during the course of the pandemic because the eyes of the world were really on India. Will India be able to vaccinate its population, a population of 1.3 billion? Will they be able to do it twice over? People were talking about, corpses and corpses that could potentially, come to India if at all India is not able to manage the pandemic. And India did a fine job of handling the fallout of the pandemic, and Dr. Tedros and the entire WHO team have been instrumental, and they've been giving their entire support to Prime Minister Modi and to the Indian delegations and the Indian Ministry of Health as well in their efforts to try and contain the pandemic. So he's been a long-standing friend of India's. If I can go across to some of my colleagues as well, if Anand is there, all of these institutional heads who are being received first, and then we will of course welcome the 19 heads of government. I think the Prime Minister there inquiring about Dr. Tedros' injury. So Anand, just walk us through these pictures. The fact that the Sun Temple, the Konark Wheel of Fortune, is the backdrop where the Prime Minister is greeting these leaders. What's the significance of that?
Well, Konark, Wheel of Fortune, Sun Temple, and so by default we are also saying that we are new age, we are at the table, we are developed. So even as we become or we are galloping towards becoming the third largest economy in the world, we are still coming back and saying we have not forgotten our civilizational ethos and our roots, and we are using all those symbols and all those insignia of our heritage, which also stands for prosperity, for inclusion, for growth, and for perhaps the pursuit of knowledge. So it is the Konark temple that the wheel coming in from the Konark wheel from Odisha, the 13th century under the reign of King Narasimha I. This was built. It's a wheel with 24 spokes. It's also adapted into India's national flag and embodies India's ancient wisdom, advanced civilization, and architectural excellence. The greatest of all and we also have the head of WTO. So all the heads, like you said, the institutional heads will walk in. You spoke to one of them, the head of the chief of the World Economic Forum, Zaka, and they are all effusive in praise for Bharat's efforts, what Bharat has been able to achieve. We sometimes underestimate our own achievements and the scale of our achievement. We have used our wisdom, we have used our innate ability to embrace technology and also to understand what is good for us. This JAM portal is an example. The world is astonished. Janadhan, Aadhaar and mobile, connecting all of this to create a unified payment interface and to create a digital economy or a digital infrastructure that is recording billions of transactions and crores of money that are being transacted digitally is something which has wowed nations. There are so many nations who want to imitate the unified payment interface. There is also another lesson that if we as a nation that was being seen as an emerging economy, as an emerging nation with 20% of the world's population and only 4% of its landmass, if we can achieve this, then look at what it does or how much of hope that it gives to the other emerging nations in Southeast Asia, in the Asia-Oceania, and of course Africa nations and South America. I think that's the statement, and there is a reason why Prime Minister has chosen certain landmarks to represent as people walk in. Each of them has a symbolic message: ancient wisdom, collective wisdom, advanced civilization. So we were ancient, we were cultural, but we are advanced. We are high-tech even now, but we still are steeped in tradition and our scriptures, and we are very proud of it. So we are wearing our civilizational roots, our depth, our wealth, civilizational heritage. We are wearing it proudly. We are not being sheepish about it. We are shedding that mentality of being, having an inferiority complex or being fed that inferiority complex through our colonizers. We are trying to shed that mindset, and we are coming back to say, embrace what is ours, what has always been here, that wisdom, that knowledge, and we are sharing it with the world with the spirit of sharing, spirit of collaboration, and more importantly, the spirit of consensus. Zaka.
Azali Assoumani is the president of the African Union. He has just arrived. Now you can see the president of Oman arriving. But I think the African Union is important to stress because India has proposed that the African Union be a permanent member of the G20, and I believe that will be one of the resolutions that will be adopted today, and that will be significant because it is really, in that sense, the voice of the global south. As we see, one of the invitee nations, Oman, the head of the Oman royal family, the leader of Oman, the prime minister there, he is just walking in. We're also seeing the leader of Bangladesh, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, also walking into the venue. And this is important because these are invitee nations. India has invited a bunch of these nations, about 9 of them, I'm given to understand, from Oman to Bangladesh to Mauritius, Netherlands. They will all be part of the G20. Some of them eventually may even be recommended to be made permanent members of the G20. We'll wait and see. But we are seeing the leader of Oman just walk in, Syed Asad bin Tariq. He's the Deputy Prime Minister, and we're also seeing now pictures right after him of Sheikh Hasina, the Bangladesh Prime Minister. Remember, Bangladesh is important not just for India and its near neighborhood policy, but also clearly for the rest of the world. The US has a great interest in Bangladesh because of China's One Belt, One Road initiative. Sheikh Hasina there in a pink sari walking up that red carpet where she will be greeted by the Prime Minister in front of the insignia of the Wheel of Fortune, the Kala Chakra of the Sun Temple in Konark. Of course, remember, Sheikh Hasina had her bilateral with the Prime Minister just yesterday, and if Abhishek is there, just give us a sense, Abhishek, of these invitee nations from Bangladesh to Oman. All right. Give us a sense of, who are the invitee nations and what is the thought process behind these invitee nations, as we see more and more leaders now being welcomed by the Prime Minister. The President of Egypt, Al-Sisi, has also just walked in. Again, Egypt is an invitee nation by India for the Delhi G20 summit. Abhishek. All right, General Al-Sisi, of course, is the head of Egypt. He's the president of Egypt. He was the Republic Day chief guest just a few months ago. And in fact, the Prime Minister had reciprocated that with a visit to Egypt just recently in June. The Mauritius Prime Minister is also in, Praveen Jagannath. Again, Mauritius is hugely critical for India from its Indian Ocean strategy in a bid to try and counter China's maritime Silk Road. And Praveen Jagannath also had his bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister yesterday at 7 LKM. So all of these countries, whether they are from the African continent, whether they are from the Indian Ocean region, these are invitee countries. Bangladesh, Egypt, Mauritius have all been invited by the Prime Minister for this special summit of the G20. Some of them could potentially become full-fledged members of the G20. But right now, these are invitee nations who have been invited by India to take part in the G20 that Delhi is hosting. All right, Siddhant is also there. Siddhant, if I can ask you, what is the thought process in some of these invitee nations, from near neighborhood to Indian Ocean region countries to African Union countries? What is the thought process behind why India has chosen to invite these countries?
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, whenever there is some multilateral event and if we talk about India's perspective, that India has put forth its interest and perhaps also given importance to the long-standing friendship, to the relations that India has with these countries, and this is perhaps the reason that some of these countries have been made the special invitees, and they have been invited, Zaka, which includes countries like Netherlands, Oman, UAE. They all have been old ally and partners of India, Zaka, and time and again, whenever India required them or perhaps need them, they were there, they stood by India. And also there's a mutual respect and a deep sense of understanding and perhaps cooperation in various sectors which made India to take this decision of making them special invitees, a special guest to attend the G20 summit. So Zaka, it has to do with interest that host country has. It could be strategic or economic interest, perhaps could be trade also. But then also at times a country like India gives priority to the old relationship, old ally and partners, and that's what Zaka, India has done. Back to you.
All right, we can see the Prime Minister of Netherlands, Mark Rutte, again an invitee nation. You would imagine that, being part of the European Union, Mark Rutte in Netherlands. All right, the Nigerian president has also just come in. So if you look at the list of invitee nations, India has really put thought into it. There are members from the global south. There are also members from the developed world, the Netherlands being a case of that. There are countries from the Indian Ocean region, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it is Mauritius. These are critical partners for India as India seeks to counter China's influence abroad. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president of Nigeria as he arrives at the Bharat Mandapam. And this is again critical because the Chinese have been making huge inroads, forays, as it were, into the African continent. Massive infrastructure projects that the Chinese have undertaken through One Belt, One Road in places like Ethiopia, in Tanzania. The Singapore Prime Minister, Lee Hsien Loong, is also now coming in. Because, again, Singapore is a hugely important global financial hub. Of course, a lot of startups are based out of Singapore, and it is, of course, a model city-state, one would argue. It is sort of set the standard and the benchmark, if you will, for cleanliness and things like that. So the Prime Minister of Singapore also being invited by the Prime Minister as a special invitee. Anand is there with us as well. So again, very, very thoughtful, the members of the countries that India has asked as special invitees to join the Delhi-hosted G20. Anand.
Yes, it is. You're mentioning the Netherlands, and I remember the trade ministers meeting in Jaipur. It was the trade ministers from the Netherlands and Oman, the youngest there. Although they are both not participants, they are invitee nations. They were the ones who were invited by Minister Piyush Goyal to cut the mooncake. Yes, sir. Even as the Italian Prime Minister has walked in, one by one the delegates will come in. What India has done is they have engaged with all the nations. You mentioned Egypt, you mentioned Al-Sisi, not just Republic Day, the June visit. Egypt is a very strong nation. It's got a voice in the Arab world. It's also got a voice among the Africa group of nations. And that's the reason why, after a long time, we had a visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Egypt. And that's why it was significant, because if the Africa group of nations need to come together, Egypt will be a strong voice, just like South Africa will be. And more than about 55 nations which are involved in the Africa Union. Whether or not they become permanent members this time around under India's chair, or is there a resolution to make them permanent members in the next year under Brazil, we'll have to wait and watch. But any movement in that direction will be very, very significant, big achievement for us. Nations who we have continuously engaged with, even within the European Union, there are certain nations which are very strong voices with whom we have engaged. Like you mentioned Mauritius, the importance in the Indo-Pacific. With each nation, India has been engaging at the G20. There are other strategic interests or dynamics that have come in. While we have pitched not just the digital infrastructure, UPI, and engaging with them and helping them set up their own digital economy and digital infrastructure, we've also helped them engage in health services. We have engaged with these emerging nations to partner with them as far as green growth and how to do sustainable development and how they can achieve the SDGs that have been set forth. The other thing I think we should keep an eye out on is the biofuel alliance. If India, US and Brazil come together and announce the World Biofuel Alliance. Yes, Zaka.
Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister there, being greeted by Prime Minister Modi. Italy is important because they're going to be the next host. So in that sense, the Troika is Indonesia, the previous host, India, the current host, and of course Italy being the next host. And these three countries have to come together to try and take the lead, to try and take the initiative, to try and finalize the joint declaration, because they have a stake. Indonesia has a stake in India having a successful G20. India has a stake, of course, in Italy having a successful G20. So the Troika, the previous president, the current president, and the next president are important ones. And now, of course, these are the members, the leader of the UAE now just walking in, the president of the UAE, the ruler of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, MBZ, He's just walked in. So these are now officially leaders of the G20. Italy, of course, being a founder member. The UAE is also now part of the G20. So they are now getting welcomed by the Prime Minister. And Prime Minister has had very, very deep personal ties with MBZ, the leader of Abu Dhabi, the leader of the UAE. In fact, Prime Minister has gone there multiple times. Even as recently as a few months ago, he was there on one of his return trips, spending just a few hours in the UAE. So clearly, the importance that Prime Minister has attached to countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia is extremely significant, because he realizes that not just because of the Indian diaspora there, but because of the dependence on oil from these countries, there has been a significant, almost dimensional change in the relationship between the UAE and New Delhi. And that is something that the Prime Minister is personally invested in as he shakes hands with the ruler of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, MBZ, as he's popularly known. So the UAE will also be a critical part of the G20. There are many of these countries, UAE, Saudi Arabia, these are countries which are part of G20, which may not want to take a position, let's say, for example, on the Russia-Ukraine war. And we were talking about the Italian Prime Minister a moment ago. The fear was that once she became Prime Minister in the elections where she got elected last year, the fear was that she might actually soften Europe's opposition to this war. This was certainly the concern in France, in Germany, some of the other European countries, because she represents a right of centre government. But that's not been the case. She has, in fact, taken just as strong a position against Vladimir Putin and Russia's aggression in Ukraine. And like I said, Italy is again important from the point of view that it is the next host of the G20. So the 2024 G20 summit will be hosted by Italy. So the troika of the previous host, the current host, and the next host are important. Their Sherpas are extremely important because they have a stake in each other's success and in each other's ability to try and thrash out a joint statement. So now you will slowly, one by one, start seeing the leaders of the group of 19 plus the European Union leaders starting to arrive, and the Prime Minister will be greeting them one by one at this insignia which has been built there of the Sun Temple, the Wheel of Fortune, the Kala Chakra, which is of course found in the Sun Temple in Konark. Let me go back to Siddhant, Anand, Abhishek, my colleagues who are joining us, as we see more and more leaders now walking in. Pallavi is also there with us. Pallavi, just walk us through. Obviously, you know, all the focus is going to be on the joint declaration, but there will also be, in case there is no joint declaration, a chair summary and an outcome document. How hopeful are officials that that will be weighty enough to try and mitigate some of the attention, if at all a joint declaration is not possible?
Well, in fact, Zaka, yesterday there was a press conference in which India's G20 Sherpa Amitabh Kant addressed it, and he wrapped it up by saying that a joint declaration is ready and it's now over to the bosses, which obviously is going to be now left to the delegates to thrash it out in the day-long meeting which takes place. There are contentions issues, there are differences of opinion. I mean, we know, for example, on the Rohingya issue, the Bali declaration did not take place. The only tricky point this time round is Russia and Ukraine. That is a matter of concern. The use of the word war, that is something which is emerging as a contentious point. So there is going to be either a tweaking on it or attempts being made completely to assure that some kind of a consensus takes place. But by and large, as far as the trade and economic policies are going, we've been talking about that, there seems to be a more or less consensus, and India has been very accommodative. That's also what we have been repeatedly told by way of government sources, that we are not going to be rigid. We do want, it matters really to India to come out with a joint declaration. That would be seen as a huge diplomatic success tomorrow. But apart from that, the fact is that India doesn't want to be rigid, will not be rigid. It wants to be more consensus-based, more accommodative, because that's exactly what the whole mantra of the G20 summit is all about. And therefore, on key trade economic policies, India certainly is very, very hopeful. At least they'll make its way into the a joint declaration. Zaka, these are tough times, and the backdrop is that sluggish economic growth in many countries. Some countries, even the development world, has been hit by recession, a post-COVID recovery. India has come up with a very buoyant kind of a green shooting of the economy, if I can say so. Huge GDP earnings, GST earnings have increased, UPI. We've shown the way to the world, whether it's the Moody's, whether it's the Pew surveys, all of them have given a huge thumbs up up. So there's lots that India wants to show to the world in the joint declaration, or if any other statement comes out, the fact that we've been able to put cryptocurrency onto the agenda, and most probably there is going to be a consensus on that. Biofuel Global Alliance, we should not underestimate that. I have been told that over the last few days, particularly whole of yesterday, oil companies were involved in consultations with the top leadership of the delegates. That's going to be a huge push ahead and a big message coming in from India. So if these make their way through economic offences in terms of Biofuel Global Alliance and of course cryptocurrency regulatory mechanism, that will be seen as a huge success. That's how India wants to pass on the legacy of its presidency.
All right, you saw moments ago Raquel Sanchez, she's the Minister of Economy of Mexico. The Mexican president had said that he will not be able to make it in person for the G20 that Delhi is hosting. In fact, he's being represented by the economy minister. Again, Mexico, an emerging economy, has very deep ties with India. Both emerging economies, also export-driven nations in that sense, and clearly hoping to be the plus one in the China plus one strategy, as it were, just as India is hoping. You can take a whole host of countries from Vietnam to Indonesia to Mexico and India, of course, all of whom are hoping that some of the world supply chains, some of the global supply chains, which will eventually move away, a part of it will move away from China. They are hoping, these countries are hoping to be part of it and to try and gain the benefits of it, as we're now seeing one after another the members of the G20, the heads of government or the heads of state of the G20 member states now making their way one by one. You will soon see the Prime Minister of V.K, the President of the United States, the leaders of Germany. A Saudi Arabian Crown Prince has just arrived under an hour ago. The Argentinian President has just made his way, I believe. I've just been told that he's just made his way to the Bharat Mandapam as he now walks down that red carpet. He will be received by the Prime Minister in front of that insignia of the Konark Temple. So Latin America, again, when India talks about being voice of the global South, how can you ignore Latin America? You are also seeing pictures of the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese walk in as well, and they of course again have a very deep personal equation, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese. In fact, when Prime Minister was in Sydney just a few months ago, you saw that as Prime Minister Albanese called it, a rock star reception, bigger than the one that even Bruce Springsteen got. In fact, at that time Albanese had even come up with the moniker that Prime Minister Modi is the boss. So Anthony Albanese being received there by the Prime Minister as well. So clearly these are some of the most important, most powerful, most influential world leaders and people who have a stake in how the world's progress will carry forward over the next couple of years. Anthony Albanese, of course, sharing a very, very deep personal bond with the Prime Minister. Abhishek, in fact, when the Prime Minister was in Australia just a few months ago, you could see that equation, even though, they belong from two different political formations. One is left of centre, the other is right of centre. So Anthony Albanese just being welcomed by the Prime Minister. Yeah, Abhishek, the importance of countries like Argentina, Australia. All right, Justin Trudeau of Canada has just walked in. India, of course, has a sort of a topsy-turvy relationship, if I will, with Canada because of the Khalistan issue, because of other issues that have come up. So, Abhishek, if you want to walk us through, the Prime Minister of Australia and the Prime Minister of Canada now being welcomed by Prime Minister Modi.
Of course, they are far apart, but there is two issues that is contentious, and this is the Khalistan issue that we have seen both happening in Canada and Australia, and there has been two different sort of treatment also from both the sides. While Canadian authorities have not taken those issues with that much of seriousness that India would have liked, Australian Prime Minister had clearly outlined that the divisive politics or the freedom of expression does not allow any vandalism or violence, and the Australian government will take action on that. So that the kind of difference you could see in the relationship, also the kind of chemistry that you could see in the very welcoming of Prime Minister also, while Prime Minister did spend few moments talking to Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister. Justin Trudeau was welcome like a normal courteous call would be. So that is the kind of camaraderie, the personal chemistry Prime Minister has with certain leaders, and these few seconds that we are showing our viewers of the welcoming or the greetings that Prime Minister Modi is going to have, that clearly states the kind of the kind of relationship India has with a particular country or with a particular leader. We are now seeing European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. She is coming and she'll be also welcomed by Prime Minister Modi. We have seen India-EU free trade agreement talk happening in multiple rounds, and both the sides are eagerly looking forward to finalize the deal. Very soon there are certain issues of mobility and then IPR which are little uneasy. Both the sides are trying to negotiate on those issues.
Ursula von der Leyen has also just walked in. She's, of course, the head of the European Union. And, of course, the EU is a very, very critical member, and its criticality has assumed all that more significance right now because of the Ukraine war. And the EU has been at the forefront of the criticism against Russia. And aside of the individual EU member states, the EU itself as an organization has taken a very, very strong position against Russia and its aggression on Ukraine. Whether or not the EU will be able to temper down on some of the language in order to facilitate the joint statement from being achieved at the Delhi summit, at the Delhi G20 summit, and thereby the adoption of a New Delhi declaration, we'll have to wait and see. As Abhishek was mentioning, India and the European Union are also trying to negotiate an FTA. It is still very much in the nascent stages, as it were. It will take some time. It's some ways off before that FTA can be signed. But it's also important to underline that just as the EU chief and the leaders of Europe are being welcomed here in Delhi for the G20 summit, Rahul Gandhi, the opposition leader, will be addressing members of the European Parliament. So it's quite a piquant sort of contrast, if you will. Let me also go across to Anand and get a sense of... All right, Olaf Scholz has just walked in. I can't see from here whether he still is wearing that eye patch. I believe he had an accident. He had put out a funny tweet a few weeks ago, Anand, saying that let the memes start. So he's here with the eye patch and all. So Germany, France, the EU are clearly, aside of the United States, these countries represent a fulcrum of the fundamental opposition to Russia and its war in Ukraine. How do you see this playing out through the course of the day today?
Well, one aspect is that these are nations who also need business. They also need trade. All these nations are looking at recessionary trends. They're also looking at high inflation. Their costs and their own economy, internal economy, has really suffered because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So no matter how much they try to flex muscle geopolitically, there are certain stark realities. These nations may continue to slip. Already there are members of the European Union who have announced that they are going into recession. There are others who are facing huge energy bills. The cost of energy itself, be it gas, petroleum, crude oil, and even electricity, because Russia is supplying the electricity that powers most of the German households. So they've not stopped buying from these nations at all, energy from Russia despite the conflict, and Russia is going to make it only dearer. So they will have to somewhere, even as they use very strong words vis-a-vis the conflict is concerned, they will have to embrace the stark reality that they are dependent upon the nations with whom they are actually trying to pick up a fight, or even whom they are trying to ally. So even within the NATO nations, there is a lot of dissonance on the position that the NATO allies are taking vis-a-vis this conflict is concerned. Many want resolution at the earliest because it is impacting their own economies. Tourism will be impacted. High costs will also become a deterrent, and there will be other destinations that will be chosen by tourists. So, and this will again plunge their economies and their entire working modules into a spiral, throw it into a spin. And that means nations will become weaker. See, China doesn't enjoy the kind of clout it did until not so long ago because of its zero COVID policy and the economic crisis or the strife that it is facing. There are nations who are looking at India because India is growing and we are doing well. There are other developing nations which are also expected to grow at a pace. 2/3 of the world's GDP will be powered by the emerging nations in the next 2.5 decades. This is a fact, or this is a statement being made by multiple entities, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So these nations realize that they need India not just as an able partner, a trustworthy partner, but here's the thing, Zaka. There was a time when India was seen as a problem. At the WTO also saying this was the one which, this is a nation that always created obstructions and hindrances. There were 7 major disputes with the US itself at the WTO, which are some of them even more than 3.5 decades old, and they were all pending in courts. But 6 of them have been resolved in the recent past, and it's because of and it's under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Joe Biden, and before that Donald Trump. A lot of the issues were resolved. Largely, great gains have been made under President Joe Biden and between Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These engagements, the moment there is diffusion of tensions at the trade level, at the WTO level between India and the US, this is a signal for a lot of other nations who largely will not engage or would create blocks or look at India as a problem at the WTO. Today, India is being seen as a solution. One of the strategic affairs experts very clearly said that India's rise as a superpower, India's rise as a developed nation and seat at the table will be fixed only when India becomes a problem solver. The moment nations start turning to India to solve its problems, and India offers solutions which are viable, which are acceptable, and is able to bring warring nations or differing nations on the table and get consensus out of them, we then become problem solvers. The moment we become problem solvers, our rise and our acceptance, the acceptance of our rise as a nation will be global and will be unanimous. There won't be too many people blocking our path. That's, I think, some of the significant steps that we've taken in the last year or two, especially when I witnessed what happened at the WTO in Geneva. And you were mentioning about Australia. I was a personal witness to what happened in Sydney. Bipartisan. This is amazing to see that on both sides of the political spectrum. We spoke to Paul Fletcher earlier in the day, Tony Albanese, both are on different sides of the political spectrum, but they all are gung-ho about India. And they were all present. Both sides of the alley were present at the stadium when Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian diaspora, and that's where Anthony Albanese actually called him the boss. But they were all there. So the former Prime Minister of Australia from the opposition was sitting there, and they were all applauding. They were all in agreement in terms of the position taken vis-a-vis India. That is what we need to see, Zaka.
All right.
What is happening?
I've just been told,
so
Anand,
now you have the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, has also come in.
Yeah, he's just arrived, and Japan again is absolutely important because the first visit that the Prime Minister made after becoming Prime Minister in 2014 was to Japan. Of course, Shinzo Abe was Prime Minister then. He was extremely close personally to Shinzo Abe. In fact, had gone for the remembrance service that happened after his death as well. And Fumio Kishida too has been a great friend of India's. In fact, as the host of the G7 this year, Fumio Kishida had reached out to India, had in fact expressed a desire that India take forward this relationship to the next level. And Japan too, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, this is what has happened. Unlikely folks who have, come on the same side, as it were. Even Japan and South Korea, which have traditionally been very non-interfering of other people's problems, as it were, they've taken very strong positions. Of course, India and Japan are part of the Quad grouping of countries, so that is absolutely critical as well. So Fumio Kishida there being welcomed by the Prime Minister. Again, they share a very, very special relationship, the Prime Ministers of both India and Japan. And clearly, this is something that is going to be keenly watched because India and Japan are, again, very important from the point of view of countering China in a maritime dimension. Japan, too, has its own sort of maritime problems with China, the Diaoyu Islands, as they call it. The Senkakus, as the Japanese call it, and the Diaoyu, as the Chinese call it. So Japan is going to be critical, both as part of Quad and also bilaterally. Just now, you've also seen the United States, Japan and South Korea firm up their alliance as well. So clearly, this is how you try and counter what India clearly considers hegemonic behavior of certain countries in the Indo-Pacific. You have to join forces, and from that point of view, Japan becomes absolutely critical. So the Japanese Prime Minister there being greeted by Prime Minister, and again, you could see the warmth that both gentlemen share, and it's very clear that this goes beyond the realm of politics. So the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol is also now arriving. Again, what you see is you're seeing leaders from different sides of the political spectrum. Again, Yoon Suk-yeol is from the conservative side. He stormed the election that happened in South Korea. He was not given much of a chance. He was seen as a political outsider, a bit of a novice, if you will. But he recorded a huge mandate. And again, he has inched closer towards both Japan as well as to the United States. You saw that meeting at Camp David between the leaders of these three countries. And there are historic differences between South Korea and Japan, but they have decided to put that on the back burner to focus on what is the clear and present threat or danger that they have to deal with. And that, of course, is the growing, almost hegemonic influence of China. The South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, has also just made his way to the Bharat Mandapam. Of course, South Africa just played host to the BRICS summit, where, of course, there was this big decision to make other permanent members of BRICS. About 6 nations have been added to the BRICS Union. Countries like Egypt and others have been made part of a wider BRICS grouping, something that South Africa was very keen on, something that China was very keen on, and of course India gave its buy-in for that expansion of BRICS. So Cyril Ramaphosa, again, a very important part of the G20 because they are part of multiple other groupings, multiple other multilateral arrangements as well, the biggest economy in the African continent, and they'll also be pleased at the fact that India has proposed that the African Union be made a permanent member of the G20. As I check in again with the rest of my colleagues, Pallavi, Siddhant and Abhishek. Siddhant, if you're there, what are some of... All right, Abhishek and Siddhant are through. So Siddhant, what are some of these invitee countries hoping, the countries that India has invited, Bangladesh, Mauritius, Netherlands, etc., what are they hoping from the G20?
Well, Zaka, they know one thing, that they have good relations with India, and since India is the chair for this year's G20, and most of these countries, Zaka, except maybe Netherlands, are from the global south. Then these countries and India have a very good understanding, and perhaps both our nations cooperate in various sectors. Like if you take example of Mauritius, now Mauritius has been our old partner and ally, and perhaps with regard to maritime security, the strategic location of Mauritius is very important for India. When it comes to Netherlands, then Netherlands is a nation in Europe, and since India is looking for more opportunities when it comes to shipment, when it comes to supply of goods to Europe, and perhaps looking for new gateways, new avenues, in that regard Netherlands is important. Oman, again, when it comes to energy security, and also India, by inviting Oman, wanted to try to strike out a balance in Gulf, because when Saudi Arabia is a permanent member of G20, UAE and Oman
Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, has just arrived. And Turkey, remember, will have a separate bilateral with India very soon. I believe it will happen in the forenoon session itself before the lunch break. And again, Turkey is very important because Turkey has not always had India's best interests in mind, whether it's as part of the Organization of Islamic Countries, whether it is at other multilateral fora where it has seemingly taken a very, very anti-India position when it comes to the issue of Kashmir, much more pro-Pakistan. And now Rishi Sunak, the UK Prime Minister, also walking in to the venue, the Bharat Mandapam. Of course, for Rishi Sunak, he's very excited. He mentioned that yesterday in his interview as well, that he's extremely excited to be back here in India, his first as Prime Minister. His better half, Akshata Murthy, is also here in India. And of course, the spouses will have a separate program on their own. But Rishi Sunak, there's a lot of meaty issues to be addressed, and Rishi Sunak will also have a separate standalone bilateral with the Prime Minister on the sidelines of the G20. He did mention yesterday that he's proud to be a Hindu, and of course the India-UK FTA, that's going to be the biggest issue, the biggest box that they need to check, because remember, at the end of the day, this is something that both leaders had vowed to wrap up by Diwali of last year. Unfortunately, they have not been able to do that. So they're clearly hoping that they can give a fillip at the level of the leaders to try and push for the India-UK FTA. Yesterday he did mention in the interview that it is still some ways off, so whether or not it will get decided in this particular leg, in this particular visit, that he was not particularly sure of. But it's clear that the leaders from both countries are clearly giving their thumbs up. As you can see, both of them shake their hands. You can see that there is a very warm sort of relationship between Rishi Sunak and the Prime Minister. They have met in the past as well on the sidelines of the last G20 in Bali. And of course, now we're getting pictures also of Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister who is representing the Russian state, representing President Putin here at the G20. And of course, all eyes will be on Mr. Lavrov and the Russian delegation, because unless they give their consent, unless they agree to the language of the text of the official declaration, you will not have a joint communique. You will not have a New Delhi declaration, as it were. So all eyes on Sergei Lavrov, whether he's been authorized by President Putin, to what degree can he be flexible about the language of the text. Of course, Russia and India are old friends, very, very deep military partners. Even today, despite, how much ever strategic partnership we have with the United States or with other Western countries, more than 50% of India's defense supplies and spare parts even today come from Russia. That might change in the next decade or so, but it's not a country that India can afford to offend, or India can afford to be loose with. As you just see, Mr. Lavrov, I think, was tripping there just a moment ago, and the Prime Minister just reaching out to just hold him back up. The warm shake hand there between Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, and the Prime Minister. In fact, President Putin had telephoned the Prime Minister last week and conveyed that he will not be in a position to personally come down to India to attend the G20 summit. So the President of Russia is missing in action. But all eyes will be on Sergei Lavrov, the Foreign Minister, and the Russian delegation on how amenable they are to the language of the text. There are some new formulations we're given to understand which are being worked on, which will be, of course, presented to the Russian side and to the Chinese, and whether it is acceptable to them, in terms of being able to eventually agree on a language that is acceptable to all parties involved, so that we can have a joint communique, so that we can have an official New Delhi declaration, which will be the big outcome of the Delhi G20 summit, the first time that India is hosting the G20. So clearly Sergei Lavrov has just come in. So we're basically now just left with the President of the United States, Joe Biden, and usually we are given to understand that this goes in alphabetical order. So awaiting the President of the United States, Joe Biden, who just had his bilateral as well yesterday with the Prime Minister, and quite a few agreements have been announced in that joint statement. One, of course, the possibility of India being some kind of a maintenance and repair hub, if you will, for forward ships of the US Navy. The other critical one was both of them agreeing to resolving all outstanding disputes at the WTO. So these are very significant announcements that have been made. They've also reviewed progress of the agreements that were achieved when the Prime Minister had gone to Washington and to New York back in June, when the state visit happened, whether it is the jet engine deal with GE, whether it is the MQ-9 Reaper drone deal, of course. They have reviewed the progress on both of those deals. So the US will, of course, be the most significant presence in the room today. Again, if we were to find a common language, a common declaration, then the United States has to give its consent. And given the amount of military and non-military aid that the US has given to Ukraine since the start of this war, I believe just a few days ago, the US Congress had put out a document suggesting more than $40 billion have been contributed by the US alone. The European Union and countries in Europe have also contributed somewhere to the tune of 25 to 30 billion. So clearly, the massive amount of money. The Indonesian President Joko Widodo now approaching that red carpet. He's walking down the red carpet. The Indonesians just concluded the East Asia Summit just a couple of days ago, and the Prime Minister had gone there to Jakarta for the ASEAN Plus India Summit and also for the East Asia Summit. There again, they were not able to agree on a language of the text for the joint declaration. So has anything changed between between the East Asia Summit in Jakarta a couple of days ago and the G20 summit that Delhi is hosting. Indonesia is, of course, hugely important because it's the previous host. And even in the Bali declaration, negotiators were working round the clock, well into the late hours, burning the midnight oil to try and find a common language for the text that was acceptable to all sides. And Indian mediators played a very, very important role in thrashing out that joint statement. So whether Indonesia will help India find that common language, find that common text for the adoption of the New Delhi Declaration, as the Prime Minister warmly receives Jokowi, as he's fondly called, Jokowi, the leader of Indonesia, the president of Indonesia. Again, Indonesia is a frontline state when it comes to the maritime Silk Route, as it were, or the One Belt, One Road initiative. In fact, the maritime Silk Route was first announced by Xi Jinping in Indonesia in 2013, right after he became the president of China. And Indonesia has had its own set of problems with China and the way in which it is hegemonically trying to change the status quo here in the Indian Ocean region and in the wider Indo-Pacific, as it were. Let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh as well. So Pallavi, as we now wait, I think the final few guests are arriving in the next few minutes. I think the culmination, of course, will be the US President Joe Biden. What are the expectation levels like in the Sherpas team, in the Chief Coordinators team, and of course, various ministry officials who are working round the clock to be able to not just find a joint communique, that of course is important, that will be the focus of all the headlines, but also finding an outcome document that is meaty and substantial.
Yes, absolutely. And while India still continues to remain extremely optimistic about a joint declaration, because that's exactly what we were told yesterday, that our joint declaration is ready, but it only needs now to be thrashed out or vetted when that real meeting of the G20 summit really begins. Of course, the focus is going to be on trade, defense as economic ties, because that becomes extremely critical, really, Zaka, in the backdrop of the situation which is happening in the post-COVID times and so on and so forth. And we've been talking about it, cryptocurrency, UPI, economic offenders, and FTA with UK for that matter. These are going to be the very nitty-gritty. But I think the Russia-Ukraine war is likely to be one important factor, how India is able to negotiate both with Russian authorities as well as with Chinese. Also, another point which we were told by way of a debriefing which went on was also the fact that of China. China is going to be a factor which is going to loom large, unlike China and many of the countries who are going to be a part of these deliberations day long today. They don't consider themselves to be expansionist in nature. They feel that they are more accommodative, and India as a precedent really has to show the way, and a lot will depend on the negotiating power. I mean, the Prime Minister is backed by a very strong and sturdy team. S. Jaishankar, I mean, we know his negotiating power. There have been several success stories. Ajit Doval also. All of them are very good negotiators, and I think they're going to use all their might to ensure that India's presidency actually ends with a joint declaration. It can come out to some kind of amicable middle part vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine. So these are going to be difficult negotiators as far as Russia, China and Saudi Arabia, for reasons what I've been talking about earlier. But I think Indian side is quite confident that if not all of it, at least most of the joint declaration which has been put on the agenda for today will be acceptable, and India is certainly very hopeful that we may actually by the end of the day come out with a joint declaration tomorrow.
All right, as we see Lula da Silva, the president of Brazil, and again, Brazil is important because it's the next host of the G20. He's accompanied by his spouse as well. They will, of course, be warmly welcomed by the Prime Minister. Like I said, Brazil, Indonesia, India, the previous president, the current president, of course, the next president. These countries represent also members of the emerging world. And the emerging world is really one of the reasons why the G20 came into existence, was because the world realized back in the Asian financial crisis and also subsequently in the 2008 global financial crisis that you cannot just have this elite Western-led worldview to be able to solve the world's problems. And of course, the Chinese Premier Li Qiang has just walked in, and this is going to be the first time that Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese Premier Li Qiang will be meeting each other. Remember, Li Qiang, of course, is here because Xi Jinping, the president of China, decided to give a skip There was no official reason given as to why he decided to not attend the G20 summit. And of course, from the Indian side, it was like whoever wants to come can come, and whoever doesn't want to come, it is their loss. So the first time that Prime Minister Modi and Premier Li Qiang of China will be meeting and shaking hands. Of course, is China trying to send a signal by not sending their leader, Chinese President Xi Jinping? That, of course, is an open question, no doubt. But all eyes will be on Li Qiang, because this is he was also there in Jakarta for the East Asia Summit just last week, in the ASEAN Summit just a few days ago. Again, this is the first time that he's going outside of China and taking part and leading the Chinese delegation in very, very important, critical multilateral summits. And whether or not the Chinese delegation under Li Qiang has the authority, has the elbow room to be flexible about negotiating a text, an arrangement, a draft which is acceptable to all sides. Remember, China has also taken a very, very strident position backing Russia on the Ukraine war. It's almost like the geopolitical arc, as it were, has the United States and its Western partners, its European partners on the one side, and then in the other corner you have Russia and China, you have Beijing and Moscow, which are seemingly coordinating these steps. Yes, of course, the fact that the leaders of China and Russia are not attending the G20 may be coincidental, but make no mistake about this, there will be a lot of focus on Li Qiang, the Chinese premier, and whether or not he is able to carve his own space in these multilateral arrangements. The previous premier, Li Keqiang, was kind of overshadowed by Xi Jinping in many of these multilateral arrangements, many of the important bilateral relationships as well. In fact, the Prime Minister had met with Xi Jinping more than a dozen times over the 9 years that he's been in office. Now this is the first time he is, of course, going to be engaged with Li Qiang. There is no separate pull-aside bilateral between China and India on the sidelines of the G20, and perhaps, I guess, India is also trying to send out a signal that if China is not taking seriously this multilateral arrangement which India is hosting this year, then there is no reason for India to be reciprocating any kind of favor, as it were. So Li Qiang there being received by the Prime Minister as we await US President Joe Biden to arrive. Abhishek is there with us. So Abhishek, how will the room be divided? Will we see close friends and partners like the US and its European allies sort of bunched in one side of the room, and then the neutral countries in another side, and then China and Russia in another? What is the atmosphere in the room going to be like? Paint the room for us.
So, Zaka, it will be an interesting display of divide when the West and G7 grouping will be trying to dominate the agenda because of the Russia-Ukraine war, and they would like to emphasize that the Russia-Ukraine conflict has been creating a lot of other economic issues also. So, in the pretext of Russia, the overall geopolitical, geo-economic situation, they would like to discuss Russia and Ukraine more and more. So clearly there is one side that is dominated by G7. On the other side, we will have Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Chinese Premier Li Qiang defending sort of the West allegation against Russia, and also with allegation against China that they have been creating debt traps across the world, and they should move forward in having debt restructuring so that the economy of certain smaller countries, especially in Africa and Asia, could be sustained in a more advanced way. And in between there will be certain countries, those who will be watching helplessly the fight or the infight within the grouping. Those will be especially inviting countries or the countries from the global south like Oman, Nigeria, Turkey, not Turkey of course, but then other Mauritius or other Pacific island nation where whom India has invited as guests. These are the most vulnerable countries in terms of getting impacted by climate change, food security, energy security, or fertilizer shortages, and they want some negotiations to move forward so that the entire supply chain of food, fertilizer and fuel should be affordable and available to all of these countries. So while they would be pushing for a consensus that should emerge within the group, we'll have to see how much of differences continue to persist, because the Sherpas meeting are still going on, and the fine tuning of certain elements we are given to understand that about 75 items are there in the 38 page of document that is still in the draft phase, and three aspects of it. First, on the issue of Ukraine, that is geopolitical angle. Second, on the issue of debt restructuring, that is going against China. And third, on the issue of climate change, which actually goes against various countries, because that requires a lot of phasing out of fossil fuel and energy transition, that will require a lot of financing and technological sharing. So these are the aspects where the differences are still continuing, and we can only hope that the next 24 hours will be more productive when the leaders will be able to create more consensus for the common good of the world.
All right, we're told that US President Joe Biden is expected any minute now. And then, of course, there is the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. We're not sure if he will be joining the morning session, but what will happen is after all the leaders come in, there will be the customary group photo at the opening session, after which they will proceed into the main hall. And at the main hall, of course, India being the host this year, so the Prime Minister will start off the proceedings. They will read their opening statements. All the leaders of the various countries and the institutions that are part of the G20, they will read out their opening comments. That part will be accessible to the media. That will be open to the media. And thereafter, once those opening comments are made, they will then close out the media from the hall where the deliberations will happen. Of course, when you come to such a high-level meeting, much of the agreements, much of the discussions are already pretty much done. Only the outstanding issues do remain. It's a question of dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And remember, Joe Biden and the Prime Minister had a bilateral yesterday. For the very first time, the Prime Minister hosting leaders of some countries at his residence at 7 LKM. He hosted the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Mauritius, Praveen Jagannath, and of course the US President yesterday at 7 LKM. Today also he will be having pull-aside bilaterals with the Prime Minister of UK, with the President of Turkey, with a whole bunch of other leaders, with the Prime Minister of Japan as well, with Canada. So there are a whole bunch of other bilaterals. In all, in just these 3 days, the Prime Minister will be having as many as 15 bilateral events, in addition to, of course, the main multilateral G20 summit, which India is hosting. As we wait, all right, Joe Biden has just arrived. So as they say, the eagle has landed. You can see the pictures of Joe Biden just stepping out of the Beast, which is the US President's official vehicle, the car in which he travels. And the car travels with him wherever he goes around the world, because by protocol, he's not allowed to use any other vehicle, use any other cavalcade. Joe Biden seems to be in a sprightly mood this morning, this Saturday morning. Of course, he had a very, very productive and fruitful bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister last night at 7 LKM. Some substantial agreements being announced there, including the resolve of both countries to finish off any remaining bilateral disputes that they may have at the WTO. Also an agreement to have a maintenance and repair hub here in India for forward US naval vessels that are going to be plying in the Indian Ocean region, as well as further up into the South and East China Seas as well. So clearly, Joe Biden being the leader of the United States, and mind you, though Prime Minister Modi and President Biden are from two different political divides, as it were. One represents the Democrat Party on the left of center. Of course, Prime Minister represents the BJP on the right of center. They've had a very, very warm, deep, personal camaraderie, much of which was, of course, evident in the state visit. In fact, it's the first time that Prime Minister Modi was accorded a state visit in his 9 years in office, and you could see the deep personal chemistry and bond between the two leaders, and it's almost as if the principles are driving this relationship. I think that's very, very clear that Joe Biden is invested in this relationship, Narendra Modi is invested in this relationship, and in fact, when the Prime Minister spoke at the state dinner back in June, he acknowledged as much. He said that I know, and it's my firm belief, that President Joe Biden is driving this relationship. And even in yesterday's joint statement, both the leaders mentioned this, they affirmed this, that the Indo-US partnership is at its closest than at any time in history. Those are the words that they used. It is at its most significant, most deep and most closest that it has been than in any time in history. Of course, the India-US relationship has evolved, particularly in the last 30 years or so since the Jaswant Singh stroke Talbot talks. And then, of course, there was the nuclear deal, the civil nuclear deal that was agreed to back in 2008. And now, of course, on the back of the state visit, the GE jet engine deal, the MQ-9 Reaper drones deal that's been agreed to. As you see the Prime Minister and the US President shaking hands there. Again, you can see the body language, you can see the personal warmth and chemistry that is at display by both men. And clearly, this is a relationship that's being driven by the principles. This is also a relationship that's being driven by interests. But more than interests, I think it's very clear how the leaders of both these countries are deeply and personally invested in their respective futures. The United States understands it needs India to deal with the problems of the world, to take on a hegemonic China, and so does India. India understands that without the US and without countries like Japan and Australia, it will not be able to take on the might of China. As you see that warm body language of both President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Modi. And of course, the US will be a very, very critical partner and a very critical ally today in the meeting inside that closed door. Of course, the Prime Minister explaining the significance of the Konark Sun Temple. We talked about that as well, the Kala Chakra or the Wheel of Fortune, which of course embodies all that India stands for. It's an insignia that's been replicated from the Sun Temple in Konark, which also has the G20 signage, G20 2023 Bharat India, and of course Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, which is the official slogan. If my colleagues Abhishek, Siddhant, Anant are also there with me, as we see now Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and the leader of Saudi Arabia now arriving. He could possibly be the last or the penultimate guest to arrive, because at 10:30 we will begin the first session, which is One Earth. The opening comments will be accessible to the media, and then thereafter it will be closed doors. So Anand, the fact that Joe Biden and Mohammed bin Salman are arriving just one after another, and also at a time when the relationship between Riyadh and Washington is perhaps not at its best, but India has friendly ties both with Washington and with Riyadh, and it's best exemplified in this massive railway deal that we're talking about, which could get finalized in the next couple of days at this G20 summit. This massive railway deal between the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia and India.
Yes, it is. And if India can be connected via land, it would be perhaps the biggest to the rest of Asia and the Arab world, and by that way to the rest of the world. Then that will perhaps remove this entire issue that we are a peninsula but largely an island nation. And this is something which strategists have also said, that no island nation has ever become a superpower, and that's why you need land connectivity. Right now we trade with the world via air and via the sea, because our land boundaries are all marked by nations who are not necessarily friendly to us, and that's why we need this connectivity. How is this going to be achieved? How is this going to be possible? We'll have to see, wait and watch the contours. But I'm sure all of us have been in positions where to the left and right of us we have friends who don't see eye to eye, but they're always comfortable and they're always present when we are there. So because we are the bridging gap, or we are the connection, and that's what India is wanting to be. Like I was saying, India wants to be the one that solves problems. India wants to be the one with whose rise nobody gets insecure, with whose progress nobody gets upset or worried about. Because we want it to be collaborative, we want it to be cooperative, we want to take nations along with us. The whole theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future hinges on this, convincing nations that we are here to solve problems for humanity and not for just our own interests. There are nations, there are entities who are hegemonistic in their behavior, in their intent, and they will want to protect their interests, but we are all expecting all nations to rise above and say, let's do what is important for all our survival. So that is important, ladies and gentlemen. And even as the session is about to get underway, the bright sun is out. The sun is out, dispelling the grey clouds and perhaps bringing the hope that we will all bask in the glory of this nation, this committee of nations that's coming together at this point. And that joint statement will perhaps reflect, and we should have a joint statement, and it should perhaps reflect the fact that nations can move beyond hostilities and look at what's important for humanity. I think that's going to be the underlying need or push that India is going to make. We've tried to do it at various platforms. There's not a consensus largely, but we're given to understand that in the Sherpa meeting there has been some significant progress. There has been perhaps this entire tone of compromise that was expressed by Jake Sullivan. It's also come from the Russians and the Chinese that if there is the wording is reworked and it could be amenable to both sides and it could make its way into the joint statement. But it's not just the joint statement, it's also these nations engaging with each other with the aspect of economics, the aspect of trade, and will they be able to do it? As we say good morning and thank our viewers for being with us in this continuous broadcast, let's quickly bring in Pallavi Ghosh, Siddhant and also Abhishek to get us more perspective. One by one all the leaders have come in. Now the energy in that room with India present, all the nations, some of them hostile to each other, present for that joint photograph. Pallavi, that will be critical. Can India be the problem solver? Can India be the nation that everybody turns to solve issues? If we can get there, that means that's one big step to being perhaps not just welcome at the table, but to be rare with nations saying, this is your seat at the table, this is your chair at the table.
Well, at the risk of repeating myself, Anand, I can only give the example once again of the cryptocurrency. It was not easy to bring it on the agenda. It has been some hard negotiations, almost a year long, where India has been negotiating with all the stakeholders, trying to convince them that please don't think in isolation. It has to be on the agenda. And they were reluctant, people who joined in. I mean, there was some resistance which came in from Russia, from China. But India managed to convince all of them, and there you have it. It's on the agenda. And I think this is just a slice of what India thinks and what India can do when the negotiations begin. I mean, let's not underestimate the possibility or the might of India's negotiating power. And as I was talking about a short while back, the Prime Minister is backed by a very powerful team, and also very, very ones who are well equipped, meritorious. And you have S. Jaishankar, you have Ajit Doval, you have the entire paraphernalia of those team of ministers who've been working in close cooperation, the Sherpas, to ensure that what India needs and believes should be on the part of the agenda can be put on the agenda. So cryptocurrency is just one of them. Economic offences is another one of them. A biofuel global alliance, that is something which there was strong resistance which came in from Russia, China, Saudi Arabia because of their own vested interests. Again, that is something which is to be inked at 5 p.m. today. We put out the details of what the global biofuel alliance is going to be meaning. So let's not underestimate here the possibility, one, of a joint declaration, because that's ready, to use the words of Amitabh Kant. That's going to be thrashed out today through the day. And of course, second is that India thinks that it can use its negotiating power. It is ingrained in our heritage, in our culture. And that's what the Konark Temple is also all about. 24 spokes, continuity, change, that's a part of our culture. How you convince people, how you negotiate with them and make each one of them feel important and wanted. And I think that becomes the crux of diplomacy, which is going to be exercised by India through the day of negotiations.
Yes, all these spokes actually adorn the biggest invention of man, that's the wheel, but in absolute precision, so scientific. It was built in the 13th century and it could estimate the position of the sun not just every day but for the whole year. And like you said, and that's the reason why ancient wisdom is being celebrated even as we're looking at modern day diplomacy, new age diplomacy and new age engagement. Pallavi, thank you for your inputs. Quickly going across to our guests, even as we should be standing by for the photograph of all of the leaders of members of the G20 nations and also the invitees. We should have the big photograph coming and also the open session and the opening comments, after which it becomes closed door. We have Veena Sikri, former diplomat, Lieutenant General K.J. Singh with us, former General Officer Commanding in Chief of the Western Command, and Burzeen Wagmar of the South Asia Institute, SOAS, and also former India Fellow of RUSI, or the Royal United Services Institute in London. Burzeen, good to have you back with us after a while. General K.J. Singh, we continue to converse regularly and interact regularly. But first to Veena Sikri. Ma'am, what would you be the big boxes, what would you be looking at? The big boxes that we need to tick to say that we have been a successful chair at the G20. The last whole 1 year of effort, taking it to the rest of the country, democratizing it, bringing in the spirit of Jan Bhagidari, all of that internally, but to the world. What are the three
You
big
know,
boxes, ma'am?
Yeah, I think that the very process that you have just outlined, the way we planned our presidency of the G20, this itself has shown to the world India's development, India's cooperative federalism, India's inclusivity, and our willingness to deal with the rest of the world in terms of geoeconomics, geopolitics, and in all areas of activity from finance to health to nutrition and education and so on. So this process has been remarkable. I myself participated in one of the working group meetings on tourism, where I spoke in a panel on rural tourism. This was all the way out in the Rann of Kutch, and I could see the reaction of the delegates who were absolutely amazed at the extent to which India had planned the the G20 meetings. 200 meetings, so many cities, 50 to 60 cities. This had never been done by any G20 chairman or president before. The Indonesian, I think, had just 25 meetings over the whole year. Now, so I think we have laid a very strong basis for G20 collaboration, which has covered an enormous number of areas. Now, this is important because this basis for collaboration, the specific and very positive outcomes, as have been enumerated by many of your correspondents in the discussions preceding this, whether it is cryptocurrency, whether it is on coming together in the area of finance, whether in the area of so many specific areas that we have, the biofuels alliance is absolutely big, absolutely terrific. And we are showing our way to the world because many Indian majors, big companies, are getting into this field as well to show to the world that it is viable and it is possible, and it is a crucial aspect of moving away from dependence on fossil fuels. So, the way in which we have planned the decisions and got the decisions. The reason that Amitabh Kant, the Sherpa for India, can be so positive is that so many terrifically strong decisions are already incorporated in the document and agreed upon fully with the consensus of those decisions. So I think this has been a very great showcasing to the world, and I would say to within India, because the fact of holding these meetings in so many cities has meant that the people of India have felt very involved with the G20. Now, this has created a very positive response within India, because normally on foreign policy issues, you don't have such a strong involvement of the people. But today, with every city, every town involved with the Indian diaspora, they have some relatives living in some part of the world who come and tell them about what is happening. So they feel very interested and excited that they are also being involved in these meetings, and they see the delegates coming to India, to their town. They see the delegates saying good things about their town. So this has meant a very great interaction for the rest of the world with India, and for small town people with the rest of the world. Now we're coming to the crucial aspect of agreement on the joint declaration, and whether it will be a consensus document, a New Delhi declaration, or a statement by the chair. Now this is the final aspect, let's say the 12th hour aspect of all international negotiations. I have been in many of them, and we have to see whether it will come across. I must say that there is great strength and positivity on this as well by our Sherpa, and I think our Prime Minister's individual discussions, beginning with President Biden yesterday and going on to so many other leaders yesterday itself and today and tomorrow, there is great hope and positivity that there will be a New Delhi.
Excellency, औपचारिक कार्रवाई शुरू करने से पहले हम सभी की ओर से कुछ देर पहले मोरक्को में आए भूकंप से प्रभावित लोगों के प्रति मैं अपनी हार्दिक संवेदना प्रकट करना चाहता हूं। हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि सभी इंजर्ड लोग शीघ्र स्वस्थ हो। इस कठिन समय में पूरा विश्व समुदाय मोरक्को के साथ है और हम उन्हें हर संभव सहायता पहुंचाने के लिए तैयार हैं। Your Highnesses, Excellencies, G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता है। इस समय जिस स्थान पर हम एकत्रित हैं, यहां से कुछ ही किलोमीटर के फासले पर लगभग 2500 साल पुराना एक स्तंभ लगा हुआ है। इस स्तंभ पर प्राकृत भाषा में लिखा है, हेवम लोकसा हित मुखेति अथ इयम नातिसु हेवम, अर्थात मानवता का कल्याण और सुख सदैव सुनिश्चित किया जाए। 2500 साल पहले भारत की भूमि ने यह संदेश पूरे विश्व को दिया था। आइए इस संदेश को याद कर इस G20 समिट का हम आरंभ करें। 21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। ये वो समय है जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही हैं और इसलिए हमें ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपने हर दायित्व को निभाते हुए ही आगे बढ़ना है। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड-19 के बाद विश्व में एक बहुत बड़ा संकट विश्वास के अभाव का आया है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है। वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में उथल-पुथल हो, नॉर्थ और साउथ का डिवाइड हो, ईस्ट और वेस्ट की दूरी हो, फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर का मैनेजमेंट हो, टेररिज्म और साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, हेल्थ, एनर्जी और वाटर सिक्योरिटी हो, वर्तमान के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हमें इन चुनौतियों के ठोस समाधान की तरफ बढ़ना ही होगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की G20 प्रेसिडेंसी देश के भीतर और देश के बाहर इंक्लूजन का, सबका साथ का प्रतीक बन गई है। भारत में ये पीपल्स G20 बन गया। करोड़ों भारतीय इससे जुड़े। देश के 60 से ज्यादा शहरों में 200 से ज्यादा अधिक बैठकें हुई। सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। मेरा विश्वास है कि इस प्रस्ताव पर हम सबकी सहमति है। आप सबकी सहमति से आगे की कार्रवाई शुरू करने से पहले मैं अफ्रीकन यूनियन के अध्यक्ष को G20 के स्थायी सदस्य के रूप में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। Excellency, इसके साथ ही मैं मीडिया के साथियों से भी विनम्र आग्रह करूंगा कि वे अब हमें समय दें और इस सभागृह से बाहर जाने का कष्ट करें।
Big announcement there by Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the African Union formally enters the G20 as a permanent member. Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that it's a collective agreement and inviting the head of the African Union to come and take his place as the chair. Big announcement there by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. General KJ Singh with us, Veena Sikri with us. We also have Burzeen Wagmar, Veena ji. So one of the big boxes ticked, the formal inclusion. Many thought that this would be suggested, but then it may not happen until Brazil assumes chair. But this is the big plus that it has actually happened, and we have the Africa Union President or the chair leader of the African Union taking the place as a permanent member. Meena ji, I can't hear you. I'm just bringing in General KJ Singh. Sir, what an achievement for us that we've been able to convince nations and everybody has agreed, despite there being resistance initially, the African Union now. So that means it's a grouping of nearly 55 nations that takes the overall strength of the G20 nations to about 90 countries.
Anand, Jai Hind. And for us, like I did
Jai Hind,
my
sir.
peacekeeping building tenure in Angola. And for us, it's a great moment. And it is indeed the way PM Modi has orchestrated the whole thing. Not left it to any declaration, but has sealed it and put it through. So it's a great moment for Africa to join these negotiations. In true meaning, it's becoming an inclusive kind of a summit. See, when Bali summit finished, we were not so enthused. We thought, what is this G20? But the way it has been taken across India, I attended a meeting in Amritsar, and the way Jan Bhagidari has taken place, actually it was audacious, to take up subjects like cryptocurrency, biofuel, subjects where there is huge big difference of opinion, not basic consensus. So there are various ways to conduct a summit. It could be done normally, but I think PM Modi chose to do it on a grand scale, and he has done it differently. So India movement has arrived. The message probably would have been registered, and those who are missing out are really missing out. In the sense, somewhere we are also concerned that China is not there. What does it convey to us? Well, to us it means is that China is not yet interested in resolving the standoff. It is avoiding a discussion or being cornered on that issue. It also wants to convey a message that it is not giving so much importance to G20. It wants to deny India its India moment. Okay, that's not being very large-hearted. It's being in a way petty-minded, but sooner or later China will have to come to uh, a stage where it has to resolve that.
But General KJ Singh, in the spirit of this platform, we must concede that the Chinese Premier Li Qiang is here. It's not that only Wang Yi has been sent. The Chinese Premier is here, Li Qiang, and there is consensus that's been come. The consensus, because every nation has a veto power of the G20 platform to include the African Union. Everybody has agreed. So despite the hostilities, everybody is on a common plate to include the Africa Union. The other thing you said, sir, is that this is India's moment has come. We have to say Bharat's moment has come because the Prime Minister has actually used the nameplate Bharat. So clearly the intent is to use the civilizational name of Bharat more than using the given name of India going forward. Although for a lot of us it means the same. But for the government, I think there is an underpinning thought process here saying that this is Bharat's moment. That means that all of Bharat, not just restricted to a select few who were identifying themselves within perhaps the contours of the national capital and all of the politics. So G20 has been democratized, Jan Bhagidari taken to all of Bharat that Prime Minister Narendra Modi talked about, 60 plus cities, more than 200 meetings. But more importantly, he starts with a cultural anecdote that not so far from here stands the Vishnu Stamba. He was alluding to the Vishnu Stamba because 2,500 years ago, it talked about humanity and it talked about the well-being of all human beings on this planet. So India's message of human-centric growth, human-centric policies, human-centric globalization, human-centric approach, all of this, perhaps Prime Minister saying this is part of our civilizational ethos, so let's welcome it. So many statements and many perhaps symbolic cues there, optics there, Veena ji, but Africa Union right at the start of the G20 session getting the chair and the Africa Union president being invited. How big is that a message to say that we can overcome differences, we can come together and work out these differences, because that's what the Prime Minister also called for the nations, said let's put our, he said there is a trust deficit, and he said can we bridge that trust deficit? It was caused by COVID and perhaps amplified due to conflict.
No, I think that, thank you. I think that the decision to include the African Union as a full member of the G20, and now it's G21, has been a very strong move by Prime Minister Modi and his entire team to show inclusivity, global inclusivity. He is showing that if the G20 comprises of the largest economies of the world and they want to do global good, it cannot be restricted just to these 20 countries. The countries of Africa are in dire straits. They contribute a huge amount in terms of population, in terms of contribution to global growth, but they have never received the kind of support that they need. They need economic development, they need progress, and G20 must include them and look at their problems seriously as a group. There was so far just one South Africa there from there. So now I think that the insistence by India, not only to, the channeling, the processing, getting the full approval of G20 to include the African Union and to have the African Union join today, as we have seen through the visuals, welcoming the President of the African Union, the President of the Comoros. This has been a great progress, a great indication of the achievements of India through the G20 summit. This is very visible to all, and it shows all of the African Union and the countries of Africa that India is concerned about their inclusivity. The G20 has acquired a new dimension of multilateralism through the inclusion of the African Union. And I think it's going to be a great contributor to progress. Not even the multilateral financial institutions like the IMF World Bank paid so much attention to the African Union as the G20 has today by bringing them on board into the G20. So I think it's a great and signal achievement, indication of a positive strength of India's presidency of the G20.
Well, Burzeen, thank you for your patience. But Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, has also announced just before he arrived for the G20 Leadership Summit that a strategic partnership has been signed with Singapore. So nations are engaging with each other on the sidelines. There are many more arrangements, agreements that would be signed that are being talked about. India and the UK are at very, very advanced levels of signing off the FTA, although Rishi Sunak was very clear that it's not going to be announced now on this time of the G20. There are still certain aspects that need to be ironed out, but clearly the pitch for inclusion, the pitch for putting human-centric approach ahead of individual vested interests and to try and bridge the trust deficit. You think nations can do that? You think the fact that the African Union has now been included and given a permanent seat in the G20 is indicative that over the next 2 days we should witness perhaps far more cohesion rather than conflict?
No, I think that the indications are very much there, and it's
the question was to Burzin Wagmar Vinaji.
Sorry. Yes. Go ahead.
Pulling off this diplomatic coup, because China can throw money as part of the BRI project, and we know what that ends up doing for African countries, and as an instrument of control, even tacitly speaking, India does nothing of the sort. And with Russia and the Wagner Group abetting coups and fomenting trouble right across sub-Saharan Africa, that also tells the African states where they stand with Moscow. In sharp contrast to New Delhi, whose attitude has been non-intrusive, has been inclusive, and has been so for the last 76 years of the Indian Republic. India's history with the African countries goes back right to United Nations in 1948, starting with apartheid and with liberation movements, and as Lieutenant General Singh mentioned about peacekeeping operations. And this has been all of a piece of India's consistent policy towards all African states of bring them into the fold, and that is what Modi has just done at this summit. Because remember, the 55 countries in question who are part of the African Union constitute a population of 1.4 billion. Which is what is currently India's population. So it is not just symbolic, but will have repercussions in times to come. And obviously, India wants to show that development can be done through an inclusive, democratic, representative way as the world's largest democracy, which is not something Chinese can talk about.
Burzin, I have to interrupt you because there is another development, and I'll have to urge you to say Bharat more often, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his nameplate has put Bharat. So clearly the intent is to start calling the nation Bharat more than India, and somewhere officially it should start reflecting very, very soon. Pallavi Ghosh and Zaka Jacob should be joining us. Yes, Pallavi. So clearly it's not just the President, it's the Prime Minister, and it all started at the BRICS Summit.
Absolutely, and Anand, the Prime Minister leading by example, making it very clear that it's also going to be called Bharat. India is Bharat and Bharat is India, because if you go by the Constitution, I know it's been mired in a lot of political controversy, but the first time it raised those eyebrows only for the opposition parties is when the President of Bharat invited all the delegates as well as the former Prime Ministers to the banquet which is going to take place later tonight. And I think today the Prime Minister's name plaque right in front of him, even as he was giving his opening address, is a very, very strong messaging. In fact, if you notice, right from the preparations for the G20 summit to the way the mandapam has been built, it's called Bharat Mandapam for that matter, putting up Konark in the backdrop of the Prime Minister meeting and greeting and welcoming all the delegates, the Bharatiyata, India's tradition, India's culture, that is what the entire stress has been all about. Unashamed, unapologetic, proud, and this is what we are going to be offering to the world, because Bharatiyata, Bharat means plenty of things. And Konark also depicts that. The inclusivity, the fact that there's continuity, there's going to be change, and we are going to be resilient. And that's the reason why there are two important exhibitions which are part of the Bharat Mandapam. One, of course, is the Corridor of Culture. You must have noticed a red carpet welcome which was being given to the delegates when the Prime Minister was meeting them personally. Through that entire corridor, there were replicas or artifacts of India which were put up. Natraj occupying a prominent place, that was one. And the second, the exhibition on the mother of democracy. We call ourselves that, the mother of democracy. Despite the tug of war, despite the pulls and pressures, we've carried on with our democratic norms. And that's also something which America has spoken about in its statement yesterday, that how democracy needs to thrive. We are surrounded by countries in a neighborhood of facing those challenging times, but India has been steadfast, and that's what Bharatiyata and being Bharat is all about.
Yeah. 2000 years ago, around 300 AD, that's when we had the Vishnu Purana mention the concept of Bharatam from Hindu to Hindu, and it was a clear definition now how Bharatam, this entire country or this entire region would be defined. But clearly, Zaka, it's just about two names which exist because the G20 logo says G20 Bharat 2023 India. It's just that looks like the government has decided they are going to use one name more than the other, and that's the civilizational name, that is Bharat.
Nameplate that the Prime Minister had, as Pallavi was referring to, the nameplate the PM had just as he was making those opening comments in the first session for One Earth, which said Bharat and not India. In the world of diplomacy, that has a huge significance because, you know, the UNGA is coming up in the month of September. In the next few days, world leaders will be congregating in New York. And so far, India has gone by, and the UN goes by alphabetical precedence, alphabetical order. So India has always been sort of whereas if you were to go by Bharat, it will be one of the first countries in order of alphabetical precedence, as it were. So I think you're going to increasingly see that. Clearly, the Prime Minister using the nameplate of Bharat is sending out a message internationally, domestically as well, that look, this is the name of this ancient land. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to change the constitution or amend Article 1.1, but if more and more in official documentation, in gazettes, in papers being put out by the government, the nomenclature is going to be that of Bharat, then I think right from the UN to these other multilateral organizations, you are going to see name plaques for not just Prime Minister but other officials as well. When the External Affairs Minister goes for delegation level visits, or when the Finance Minister goes, other ministers go for delegation level visits, you're going to see more and more the usage of Bharat. So I think that's an emphatic statement coming as it does, because look, all the world's eyes are on India right now. The whole world is looking at this G20 summit being hosted by India. And the image that goes is the Prime Minister of India with the name plaque in front of him saying Bharat. The second thing, I think, the addition of the African Union, I think that is a hugely important step. You cannot have a continent which has 59 countries being not part of the room or not part of the high table where the biggest decisions, the most consequential decisions are being taken. And I think by doing that, by India being the proposer of that idea to include the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, India is also sending out a signal, not just to the Western and developed world, not just to China and Russia, but also to the developing world, that look, we are the ones who mooted, proposed and saw through the inclusion of a large chunk of the developing world now being represented by the African Union. I wouldn't be surprised if soon enough, I know that Brazil and Argentina are both from Latin America, are part of the G20, but I wouldn't be surprised if the equivalent of the African Union in Latin America also finds place as a permanent member of the G20. So I think India is also trying to drive home that message that India is the voice of the global South. And the third thing, which the Prime Minister said very quickly in his opening comments, where he said, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's just that we'll have to start saying Bharat more often now, Zaka. The other thing is, does it now become G21? And the third part, when you talked about UN, so India rises in the pecking order because alphabetically we are Bharat. The other day, the deputy spokesperson of the UN chair had very clearly said that there has been no formal approach from the nation, from Bharat, to try and change the name from India to Bharat. They said that we did consider because Turkey said Turkey and we did approve of it, but so far there has been no approach. But the question to you is there anything, any communication with the UN which says that we need to be called India? Or has it just been a norm, a practice that's been by default followed? That becomes the question. Does India really need to formally approach the UN and say change this name or start calling us Bharat?
So the official name at the United Nations is Republic of India, and that's how, you know, all countries, like for example, it's the People's Republic of China. You know, the official name that's given by the respective countries and their governments, that is what the UN recognizes. In the case of the UN, like the deputy spokesperson said, if there is an application from the government of India that they be now referred to as the Republic of Bharat and not the Republic of India, then the UN will make that necessary change. But that is not to say, like I said, that the government of India is planning to bring some kind of constitutional amendment, because as has been made very amply clear, Article 1.1 allows the usage of both. But I think the fact that the Prime Minister used the name plaque of Bharat in front of him is sending out a signal that in multilateral fora, in bilateral fora, and including in forums like the United Nations, I think the preferred usage will be that of Bharat, and as the UN goes by alphabetical chronology, as I've been explaining, you will now see India sort of higher up the order, higher up the alphabetical food chain, as it were, when it comes to speeches of the Prime Minister, speeches of other leaders. So the preference is always, like I said, first for presidents, then Prime Ministers, but it is all in alphabetical order. So it'll be interesting to see at the UNGA, which convenes in the next few days, whether or not preference is given to Bharat or to India. I suspect the Prime Minister was sending out a very clear message with that name plaque saying Bharat as the host. Member who is leading the effort
ahead of the
G20,
UNGA. Is there
G20 Delhi edition?
Ahead of the UNGA, is there a formal letter that goes to the UN asking for us to be referred as Bharat going forward at the UN platform to Republic of Bharat? We'll have to wait and watch. Zaka, thank you for your inputs. We've got Ambassador Gurjeet Singh with us, Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma is also with us, and Dr. Satoru Nagao also with us. Namaste, Jai Hind, and should I say Jai Bharat, General Rakesh Sharma.
Jai Hind. It's a great occasion for us, and it's a matter of pride to see the whole world having arrived at Delhi in such a bright day and such a bright, interesting times. So I mean, as an Indian, it's once of a lifetime that we have seen a thing like this. Great occasion to be proud of.
But your thoughts on the Prime Minister's name plaque before we get into the nitty-gritty of G20 now becoming G21 with the inclusion of the Africa Union. But your thoughts there, General Sharma.
So Bharat has been with us throughout our lives, that we use India interchangeably with Bharat, and right from Constitution times, we have used Bharat all the life, Mahabharat, and it's our name. So I think it is perfectly all right. I think this has been dragged too far. Countries have changed names also officially, but I think we should carry both the names with us, and Bharat becomes the key name with us. And I find no hesitancy to state that Bharat should be it, and Prime Minister has made a strong statement by putting a name plaque saying Bharat today.
Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, usually it was the English communication would be India, Hindi communication would be Bharat. Now they're saying irrespective of the language, the name should be Bharat. Is that's the position? Is this going to complicate matters diplomatically, or does it mean a total shift in position, or it's just that it was always there? They've just the Prime Minister just starting to use it more prominently.
Thank you. To compliment India on this wonderful occasion, the biggest summit India has ever hosted in my lifetime, and I have seen some. Secondly, I think today is the day to celebrate the Global South and the admission of Africa. I think what you are asking me is a given. You can see it there in front of the Prime Minister. So I see no complication. So for me, it is a welcome. The India that is Bharat is given in the Constitution. What's the big deal, sir? The big deal is that India has overcome so many obstacles and brought the African Union into the G20 right at the start of this meeting, giving out an aura of hope and optimism that we will overcome other cleavages as well. That to me is the most important message. And I must say to you,
yes,
as
sir,
a former ambassador to the African Union, my heart is extremely happy today. I think this is something which was good in coming, and I'm happy it happened in New Delhi.
Many thought it will happen only in Brazil when Brazil assumes chair next year, through the course of next year. But it's great to see that the Prime Minister said we're going to start proceedings after the Africa Union President takes his place, Aziz Azumani. Amazing, sentiment there that the entire Committee of Nations, everybody coming together and saying, let's do this. And that itself shows the spirit of inclusion. Quickly playing out the Prime Minister's opening address, and then we go back to our guests.
21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। ये वो समय है जब वर्षों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही हैं और इसलिए हमें ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपने हर दायित्व को निभाते हुए ही आगे बढ़ना है। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड-19 के बाद विश्व में एक बहुत बड़ा संकट विश्वास के अभाव का आया है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है। वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में उथल-पुथल हो, नॉर्थ और साउथ का डिवाइड हो, ईस्ट और वेस्ट की दूरी हो, फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर का मैनेजमेंट हो, टेररिज्म और साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, हेल्थ, एनर्जी और वाटर सिक्योरिटी हो, वर्तमान के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हमें इन चुनौतियों के ठोस समाधान की तरफ बढ़ना ही होगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की G20 प्रेसिडेंसी देश के भीतर और देश के बाहर इंक्लूजन का, सबका साथ का प्रतीक बन गई है। भारत में ये पीपल्स G20 बन गया। करोड़ों भारतीय इससे जुड़े। देश के 60 से ज्यादा शहरों में 200 से ज्यादा अधिक बैठकें हुई। सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। मेरा विश्वास है कि इस प्रस्ताव पर हम सबकी सहमति है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking the message of inclusion, sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas, sabka prayas. It's not something which is internal to Bharat, but also this is our practice, the nation's practice with their friends internationally, and this is what we would like to do. Sabka saath means inclusion. Big message there. Satoru Nagao is with us. Satoru Nagao, namaste and thank you. You're joining us from Japan. Let me ask you your thoughts on the approach to this G20 summit, the inclusion of the Africa Union right at the start of the summit, and the message by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Interesting part of this G20 is under the India's leadership, the G20 itself has changed. When we check the origin of the G20, that time the Lehman shock has happened, China delivered money, and China leads the G20. But now India start new type of G20, which is a bridge between the developed country and developing country. So G7 plus the Global South, both are included in G20. So compare with the BRICS, compare with the SCO, compare with the other multinational framework, both G7 and Global South, including African Union, is included in G20. And India tried to be the bridge between two. That is a new type of G20 India has started. So So that's why China skipped participation this time. Because this is not China's G20, this is India's G20, and this is this G20 covered 85% of the world GDP, which is world leading multinational framework. That's why under India's leadership, India care about global South, including Africa. And in Africa, you know, many coup has happened recently. Background is price rise, shortage of the stable supply of the food and energy. India tried to solve this with other G20 members, including G7. So that's why this G20 is a new G20. And so India starts the history, opens the history. That is a very important part, I think. Thank you.
Very well said, Satoru Nagauji. I'll come back to you in just a bit. General Sharma, Karuna is something which is one of the virtues which is defined in our scriptures. The Bhagavad Gita talks about one of the virtues for us to become better human beings is to have Karuna or compassion and empathy. And Prime Minister starting his address with compassion, empathy, Samvedana feeling with the people of Morocco who've just suffered a massive earthquake there. And that itself shows that we are going to walk the talk when we say it is going to be a human-centric approach.
So you said rightly, you know, the compassion is part of us, and you know the reference to Morocco and the earthquake that they are just gone through and what they're suffering is actually a reminder. And you know, immediately thereafter, African Union being invited to join in it, saying it is the inclusiveness. And you know, I'm so impressed personally by the purposefulness, the vision, action orientedness of the entire G20 over 1 year. It's not a theme based, but there is no action here. There is a comprehensiveness about the whole thing. So you know, the thing comes out that it's inclusive, it's divisive, but it actually aims to achieve an action oriented program on each one of these facets. So that actually is different to what last 10-12 years of G20s that have taken place. You know, each one of these issues has a meaning behind how to achieve it in future. Hats off.
Very well said, sir. Prime Minister's office has just tweeted that India has made it a people's G20, Jan Bhagidari that we talked about, 60 cities, 200 plus meetings across these 60 cities, the length and breadth of Bharat from Kohima to Kanyakumari and Kashmir, all the way even to the interiors of Karnataka. That's where we've been able to take the G20 to, and that's what PM has also said, that we've made it a people's G20 because everybody has known, participated and also contributed towards making this a successful year of India as chair. We're going to take a very short break. We come back with more. Stay with us.
Between 9 a.m. and 9:45 a.m., movement from various hotels taking the heads of states and delegates to the Bharat Mandapam is beginning, and ahead of that, security bandobast is being tightened further. You can see these are roads from near Hotel Oberoi, near Hotel Lodhi, and also the Claridges which hosts the French heads of state and the French delegation. So in that generic area, multiple layers of barricades have been put up. Delhi police is manning these barricades. Even people with valid I cards are not being allowed to move further. Till yesterday, even though this flyover takes you, this is still South Delhi, this is not New Delhi area, but until yesterday, people were being allowed to move, but today, there are multiple layers of barricading here. Delhi police is here, paramilitary forces deployed as well. More barricades have been brought in, and they are ensuring that people don't really cross over this area. This will ultimately lead you to Bharat Mandapam. What is the drill that is being followed as far as movement of heads of states are concerned? Advanced security liaison has been conducted. There are security and liaison officers sitting with the heads of the security delegations of the various countries and really figuring out movements, etc. There are specific flags, specific routes that are marked. There are contingency plans as well. When a delegate, when a head of state moves from the hotel to the Bharat Mandapam towards the Pragati Maidan area. If there is an exigency, there are routes that have been marked as to where the driver, specially trained driver, can take the car carrying the heads of state. And here you see as police is stopping more and more vehicles, even checking the I-card, even government I-cards are being checked, and only then are they being allowed to move, but not being allowed to move further, as you see.
Approximately 200 meters away from the Bharat Mandapam, that is going to see all the head of states coming out here and attending this G20 summit. And as you can see in the visuals over here, there is absolutely watertight security that can be seen on the ground. Absolutely no one is being allowed to enter the central Delhi area at this point in time unless they have the requisite passes and the requisite permissions. Senior officials of the Delhi police are on the ground making sure that the entire security arrangement is in place. Vehicles who are trying to move inside the central Delhi or the NDMC area from towards ITO, they are being checked, they are being frisked at different checkpoints that have been made out here, making sure that no unauthorized person is allowed to go inside the place where the G20 event is happening, or even anywhere close to the NDMC area, because remember, the movement of delegates have started, the movement of the head of states have started, and they are slowly reaching towards the Bharat Mandapam, from where the massive G20 event will start, which will actually pitch the idea of a new Bharat, a Bharat that is ready to take on the world. And that is what we are going to see over the next 2 days. You can see in the visuals over here that each and every person, either from the medical staff or from essential services, their passes are being checked, their ID cards are being checked, their passes for the vehicles are being checked, and post that they are being allowed to go inside, they are being allowed to go anywhere inside the NDMC area. And this is the kind of security that we have been reporting out here at CNN News 18, that there is absolute watertight security that can be seen on the ground, making sure that in this big ticket event there is no lapses, there is no loophole that is left. And that is the reason why not only the Delhi police but also members of the ITBP and central police forces have also been deployed to make sure that there is absolutely no issue, or there is.
Between 9 a.m. and 9:45 a.m., movement from various hotels taking the heads of states and delegates to the Bharat Mandapam is beginning, and ahead of that, security bandobast is being tightened further. You can see these are roads from near Hotel Oberoi, near Hotel Lodhi, and also the Claridge's which hosts the French heads of state and the French delegation. So in that generic area, multiple layers of barricades have been put up. Delhi police is manning these barricades. Even people with valid I-cards are not being allowed to move further. Till yesterday, even though this flyover takes you, this is still South Delhi, this is not New Delhi area, but until yesterday, people were being allowed to move. But today, there are multiple layers of barricading here. Delhi police is here, paramilitary forces deployed as well. More barricades have been brought in, and they are ensuring that people don't really cross over this area. This will ultimately lead you to Bharat Mandapam. What is the drill that is being followed as far as movement of heads of states are concerned? Advanced security liaison has been conducted. There are security and liaison officers sitting with the heads of the security delegations of the various countries and really figuring out movements, etc. There are specific flags, specific routes that are marked. There are contingency plans as well. When a head of state moves from the hotel to the Bharat Mandapam towards the Pragati Maidan area, if there is an exigency, there are routes that have been marked as to where the driver, specially trained driver, can take the car carrying the heads of state. And here you see as police is stopping more and more vehicles, even checking the I-card, even government I-cards are being checked, and only then are they being allowed to move, but not being allowed to move further, as you see.
Approximately 200 meters away from the Bharat Mandapam, that is going to see all the head of states coming out here and attending this G20 summit. And as you can see in the visuals over here, there is absolutely watertight security that can be seen on the ground. Absolutely no one is being allowed to enter the central Delhi area at this point in time unless they have the requisite passes and the requisite permissions. Senior officials of the Delhi police are on the ground making sure that the entire security arrangement is in place. Vehicles who are trying to move inside the central Delhi or the NDMC area from towards ITO, they are being checked.
Back live from the Pragati Maidan complex with the Bharat Mandapam right behind me, and we are on the second floor of the International Media Centre, ladies and gentlemen, as we get you continuous coverage of the G20 summit. The Prime Minister's opening address focusing on 3-4 important points. The first one, he made a reference to our ancient civilization and wisdom when he referred to the Vishnu Stambh and the inscription on it in Prakrit, which talks about the concern, welfare of all human beings, welfare of humanity across the planet, saying 2,500 years ago we had envisioned this civilization, this group, this place, that is Bharat, had envisioned and spoken about welfare of all human beings, and that's where we derive the human-centric approach from. Then he talked about the formal inclusion of the Africa Union as a permanent member into the G20, which now becomes G21. The other aspect he spoke, or perhaps it was visible, is the use of the nameplate of Bharat. But more importantly, he spoke about inclusion, the Sabka Saath message that he has very actively propagated and very clearly tried to walk the talk on. That's his claim. That's the government led by him. That's what they claim. And he's increased the idioms next to it with Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas and Sabka Vishwas, saying that this is not just about internal politics dynamics or how Bharat wants to conduct itself internally. It's also about inclusion globally. Our interaction with the world is inclusive. He made a reference right at the start expressing compassion and also condolences for the calamity that struck Morocco, the big earthquake, and said our heart goes out to them and we are ready to extend any help that is required. India is there to help a nation in distress, and if you call for it, we'll come and help you. Whether or not we have hostilities drawn or whether we are friends, that doesn't matter. When it comes to humanity, humanity triumphs. When it comes to human life, humanity triumphs. Let's go across to Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, Satoru Nagao, and also Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma with us at this point. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, you said that you've served in Africa, you've worked with the Africa Union. How important is this inclusion? 1.4 billion people from the continent of Africa, 55 nations. Are they also the growth engines of the future? Are they nations that trust India more than some of the others who they have relied on in the past, who have only exploited them, never empowered them?
Thank you. So if you see behind me, you will see my book, The Harambe Factor, which is all about India's economic and developmental partnership with Africa. Why I'm more happy today is because what we have shown to Africa today is the true spirit of Harambe, cooperation with a deep and open heart. Now, Africa, as you said, 1.4 billion people, but a solid middle class of 400 million people. Yes, they are dispersed, but they have the Africa Continental FTA now, which could regionalize markets and give better access. More than that, India is a trusted partner of Africa. I know everybody likes to talk about China. So in Africa, they often tell me, China does more, India does better. Why? Because we help Africa to grow. We don't just use Africa as a growth engine for ourselves. So there is a very important trust factor. And finally, African countries and people look to India as a model they can emulate. They know they can't be a France or a China, but they all know they could be an India. Right. That empathy is unmistakable.
Strategically, how important is it that we are engaging with not just the ASEAN nations, East Asia, but we also now have the African nations with whom we are engaging very openly, General Sharma, with respect to Indo-Pacific and also certain other nations entrenching themselves in the African continent. Strategically, how important does this become?
So, rightly so, as Ambassador Gurjeet rightly pointed out, our interaction, our relationship with Africa is not 1 day old. It has been over a century. People have been there. Mahatma Gandhi and many others had gone to South Africa at those times. They are Indian settlers for over a century in Africa. So our relationship with Africa is long drawn and it is very dense. So the Chinese of late have done make inroads into it because they have deep pockets. They have gone inside and started making many of these things which are not even required. Some funny stadiums, some funny infrastructure which is actually not very essential. But I would like to say that there is a likability. As a nation, we are liked across by people in Africa. We are taken as not a threat. It's not like what Zambia or president of Zambia has been called in China day after tomorrow, only for this reason that we caused so much of debt on you. Now tell us how we can sort out your debt. First, create the debt on Zambia, and then you call the president and Venezuelan president to meet President Xi, saying, "Okay, let's try and sort out his debt." We are not that kind of people. By culture, by history, by century, we are people of relationship. And that's what matters to people of Africa. And in context of Asia Pacific or Indo Pacific, as rightly pointed out, the Chinese have tried making inroads by making ports in Mozambique and Tanzania and working in Seychelles and many of these. They want to show that they've got some kind of ring of 13, 14 ports been built along in Indian Ocean. It's to be said that you might be doing this kind of work, and I'm sure Africans must take advantage of the deep pockets the Chinese have to show. But relationship-wise, they will. The Africans understand that we will stand with them through thick and thin.
With respect to trade, and let's look at this entire Indo-Pacific region, India is engaging on multilateral platforms, engaging with nations who are otherwise hostile to each other. Satoru Nagao, how does Japan view this engagement with India? I know that the nations have great bilateral ties, but on a multilateral platform with respect to trade, Japan has a few reservations. You think they will be able to overcome that? Will this Indo-Japanese partnership strengthen?
Very important, not only for the bilateral relation or not only for the counter-China strategy, but also we need India's influence towards the global south. So, because currently Japan needs to compete with China. So with the United States, Australia, the other Southeast Asian countries, in this case, Japan can show some connection with them. But in the South Asia, in the Africa, in the Central Asia, India's influence is very big. India shows their influence. That's why India tried to include the African Union as a new member of the G20. This is a welcome move because people from Japan, Japan's influence towards Africa is very limited. But to compete with China, we need Africa. And this is very important step because without more than 50 nations of Africa, G20 is not really representative of the global south or the world. And at the same time, Africa is a new frontier to develop economically. And in addition, Africa is an area of the US and China compete, India, China compete, US and Russia compete, and Japan, China compete. So that's why we need Africa. So that's why in this case, India's influence towards this region is very important for not only for India but also for Japan. Thank you.
But Japan also, one of the issues is that Japan is unwilling to open its markets, open itself to bringing in workforce. There is an aging population in Japan. Why can't, and India is very keen to ensure that there is a certain engagement at that level because we have a strong workforce, especially which is educated, which is capable in STEM.
That's true. India's immigration is very high skill and legal. Many countries want to hire Indians. So now we can see it, even if the Vice President of the United States or Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, they are Indian origin. So some cases people talk about illegal immigration, but in case of India, they are the representative of the legal and high skill workers. So that's why when Japan faces the aging population, is we want to work together with India's immigrants. That's true. But at the same time, in this case, Japan's move is very slow because most importantly, Japanese use the Japanese language. That's why most of the workers in the world cannot join the working force in Japan. Japan has already opened their rule to accept immigration in case of the high-skilled workers. But no one wants to come to Japan. That's the current situation. Because in Japan, they need Japanese language skill.
We just need Japan to start with some more Japanese teachers here to start teaching the language, and we'll be happy to learn. We can speak Sanskrit. If we can speak Sanskrit, then we have the tongue or the affinity to be able to pick up any language across the world, Mr. Nagao. You know that very, very well. Let's see. Let's hope there is some progress on that front. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm having is not an aerated drink. It's actually canned mineral water, and this is something that's being served at the International Media Center. Been standing here since about 6:30, 7 a.m. this morning, so this is worth it. And what they say is this is better canned rather than bottled because this is recyclable, and it is called water. I'm not making a deliberate plug, but it's interesting to see that this is also available. There are times when we've had to pay for our water when we went for conventions abroad. Here it's there at the ready to quench your thirst. In the meantime, let's quickly go across and have a look at why the Prime Minister welcomed all the dignitaries here at the G20 Leadership Summit in front of the Konark Wheel. What is its symbolism? What is its importance? And why is it directly linked to ancient wisdom? Pallavi Ghosh.
Corridor of culture, because what you're seeing over here is artifact from India, the way India showcases its heritage, its culture. But look at the point in which the Prime Minister, the backdrop in which the Prime Minister is greeting all the delegates. That's the famous Konark temple replica right over here, and there's a reason why it has been specifically chosen as a backdrop. It's got those 24 spokes. It also talks about Kal Chakra, which means the eternity, which means the cycle, the constant cycle of continuity and change. It epitomizes what our flag also has, that is the 24 spokes is kind of reflected in the India's national flag as well. But more than that, it symbolizes our heritage, our architectural marvel, and also democracy. The continuity and change is what we keep talking about, and that's the reason why this backdrop has been specifically chosen.
We have Aditya L1 scanning the sun right at the outermost orbit of Earth just soon after we've completed a successful moon landing in just our second attempt. General Sharma, how important is this messaging that we have ancient wisdom, we respect it, and we are proud of it, and we're going to walk with our civilizational roots into the future, into new age, with the kind of technology that we have at our disposal?
So I think the messaging of this the Konark Wheel is great, and it is, we could have done any one of these other monuments that we had in India, but this particular wheel stands out. Firstly, Odisha has got tremendous amount of history, and Odisha is a place worth seeing for the historical point of view alone. But this wheel is Sun God's way, Rath. It is his Rath, it is his chariot, and the wheels depict the timelessness. And the timelessness of the Indian civilization. It is a civilizational issue. And you know how Prime Minister Modi stopped President Biden and explained to him the wheel chakra and the chakra of Konark, and this wheel chakra was picked up also by Buddhism.
Yes.
And Buddhism also has got Kal chakra like that. And see, this is the mythical. It's a mythical piece. It's one of the most stunning pieces made, stunning history that we have in India, and to replicate it, all these visuals that we had seen till today of Bharat Mandapam had not shown us this particular visual. This we saw only today when Prime Minister stood shaking hands with it. So I think historicity wise, this is one of the most stunning examples, and everybody who passes through will finally see the photograph and query that what does this wheel mean? And where is it located? It will raise international curiosity on the Konark temples. I think the message being conveyed is tremendous in this whole setting being done there.
Right. We've got to take yet another short break. The conversation continues with General Sharma, Ambassador Singh, and Satoru Nagao. Stay with us.
at different checkpoints that have been made out here, making sure that no unauthorized person is allowed to go inside the place where the G20 event is happening, or even anywhere close to the NDMC area, because remember, the movement of delegates have started, the movement of the head of states have started, and they are slowly reaching towards the Bharat Mandapam, from where the massive G20 event will start, which will actually pitch the idea of a new Bharat, a Bharat that is ready to take on the world, and that is what we are going to see over the next 2 days. You can see in the visuals over here that each and every person, either from the medical staff or from essential services, their passes are being checked, their ID cards are being checked, their passes for their vehicles are being checked, and post that they are being allowed to go inside, they are being allowed to go anywhere inside the NDMC area. And this is the kind of security that we have been reporting out here at CNN News 18, that there is absolute watertight security that can be seen on the ground, making sure that in this big ticket event there is no lapses, there is no loophole that is left, and that is the reason why not only the Delhi police but also members of the ITBP and central police forces have also been deployed to make sure that there is absolutely no issue, or there is.
Between 9 a.m. and 9:45 a.m., movement from various hotels taking the heads of states and delegates to the Bharat Mandapam is beginning, and ahead of that, security bandobast is being tightened further. You can see these are roads from near Hotel Oberoi, near Hotel Lodhi, and also the Claridge's which hosts the French heads of state and the French delegation. So in that generic area, multiple layers of barricades have been put up. Delhi police is manning these barricades. Even people with valid I cards are not being allowed to move further. Till yesterday, even though this flyover takes you, this is still South Delhi, this is not New Delhi area, but until yesterday, people were being allowed to move, but today there are multiple layers of barricading here. Delhi police is here, paramilitary forces deployed as well. More barricades have been brought in, and they are ensuring that people don't really cross over this area. This will ultimately lead you to Bharat Mandapam. What is the drill that is being followed as far as movement of heads of states are concerned? Advanced security liaison has been conducted. There are security and liaison officers sitting with the heads of the security delegations of the various countries and really figuring out movements, etc. There are specific flags, specific routes that are marked. There are contingency plans as well. When a head of state moves from the hotel to the Bharat Mandapam towards the Pragati Maidan area, if there is an exigency, there are routes that have been marked as to where the driver, specially trained driver, can take the car carrying the heads of state. And here you see as police is stopping more and more vehicles, even checking the I card, even government I cards are being checked, and only then are they being allowed to move, but not being allowed to move further, as you see.
Approximately 200 meters away from the Bharat Mandapam, that is going to see all the head of states coming out here and attending this G20 summit. And as you can see in the visuals over here, there is absolutely watertight security that can be seen on the ground. Absolutely no one is being allowed to enter the central Delhi area at this point in time unless they have the requisite passes and the requisite permissions. Senior officials of the Delhi police are on the ground making sure that the entire security arrangement is in place. Vehicles who are trying to move inside the central Delhi or the NDMC area from towards ITO, they are being checked, they are being frisked at different checkpoints that have been made out here, making sure that no unauthorized person is allowed to go inside the place where the G20 event is happening, or even anywhere close to the NDMC area, because remember, the movement of delegates have started, the movement of the head of states have started, and they are slowly reaching towards the Bharat Mandapam, from where the massive G20 event will start, which will actually pitch the idea of a new Bharat, a Bharat that is ready to take on the world, and that is what we are going to see over the next 2 days. You can see in the visuals over here that each and every person, either from the medical staff or from essential services, their passes are being checked, their ID cards are being checked, their passes for their vehicles are being checked, and post that they are being allowed to go inside, they are being allowed to go anywhere inside the NDMC area. And this is the kind of security that we have been reporting out here at CNN News 18, that there is absolute watertight security that can be seen on the ground, making sure that in this big ticket event there is no lapses, there is no loophole that is left, and that is the reason why not only the Delhi police but also members of the ITBP and central police forces have also been deployed to make sure that there is absolutely no issue or there is.
Between 9 a.m. and 9:45 a.m., movement from various hotels taking the heads of states and delegates to the Bharat Mandapam is beginning, and ahead of that, security bandobast is being tightened further. You can see these are roads from near Hotel Oberoi, near Hotel Lodhi, and also the Claridge's which hosts the French heads of state and the French delegation. So in that generic area, multiple layers of barricades have been put up. Delhi police is manning these barricades. Even people with valid I cards are not being allowed to move further.